Chapter 541. They docked along the eastern coast of the Empire of Elements. John wanted to sleep for a week, after what he'd already done on the return trip, but he didn't have the luxury. Some enterprising individual had gathered what existed of the triptych's bodies. Enion's head was still recognizable, even split apart, but the other two had burned up to some extent. Even so, small scraps of their remains were sufficient to provide a clear picture with the resonant energy of their exalted soul phase cultivation. The remains of their various weapons should be recognizable as well. Most likely, there should have been a formal ceremony for John's arrival and departure, but he was exhausted. Aldera didn't intend to push for it, either. She smiled with about as much energy as John felt like he had. Not much, really, but it was genuine. We must settle our local affairs first. Then we will decide what must happen next. John nodded. We will remain in contact. What happened next was probably more death. At least the immediate future, because the sovereign primacy wouldn't just suddenly believe their leaders were dead. Even physical proof wouldn't be perfectly convincing, though. Many people had probably never even seen the triptych. At best, they experienced them from afar as they forcefully converted people to their cause. That was the problem. One John considered for several days at sea, and would continue to think about far longer than that. Many were forced into the sovereign primacy, but that didn't completely absolve personal responsibility. On the other hand, there had to be some limit to their retribution. Most likely, Aldera would agree that the core of the sovereign primacy would be erased. Not the people, necessarily, though it was likely their highest-ranking cultivators would be purged. As for random civilians, there was no reason to harm them. And without the triptych around, John and Aldera would have a significant enough advantage in power that they could afford mercy. At least, that was John's hope. As long as the rest of the world didn't have more hidden exalted soul phase cultivators. Or perhaps they could develop more of their own soon. John found his jaw was tight. He tried to relax, but he couldn't help but feel something when he thought about those with talent. Steve and Yestina. Lacanus, to those who didn't know him as well. They had been among the best. They deserved a time of mourning, but John wouldn't be able to give that to them properly. Not for some time. He attended their funeral, of course. Great Zolvolge even seemed to rumble for them, though the volcano often showed signs of activity. John couldn't say that the funeral was good or bad. It provided what it needed to for some of those who still remained. But his friends deserved more on his part, and it would simply take time. One event followed another, and soon enough John felt like he had been dragged around half of the continent. Not a pleasant journey on his own 2 feet, or even a quick flight. Instead, he was riding in carriages most of the time. His spiritual energy had recovered, but he still felt tired. Especially with the next destination on his list. He felt nothing when he approached a port and annihilated the enemy fleets that refused to retreat. It was easier not to think about them as people, or not to think at all. But he wasn't going to kill anyone, and yet someone was going to die. The Sky Islands, where he had been invited to witness a death. Even now, John thought cultivators were weird, though regular humans would have done the same, if they could predict their own deaths with sufficient accuracy. It also wasn't something that most of the continent did, as cultures were different. But the Sky Islands did. From carriage to ship, the last step of the journey was in a hot air balloon. It was the most practical way to reach the Sky Islands for those who couldn't fly on their own. Even a mediocre cultivator could shift the trajectory of a balloon, though simply launching them from the correct location would nearly guarantee a safe arrival. The balloons weren't practical for any combat purposes, and John liked that. Even if they had used some to scout during the war, just moving people about was nice. They could interact with their neighbors, some of which had tried to kill them in the past. It was hopeful. John arrived at the 6th peak not long after. That one was new. He hadn't even realized they were building a new one. Even so, he approved of them adding it to the end instead of trying to replace the first peak. It was a reminder of where things had been. Renato and Deirdre had joined John for most of the journey. Mandolin met up with them in the Sky Islands. The latter wasn't a true member of the club, but it was appropriate to have him present both as a fellow reincarnator and simply due to his status on the continent. It was Sitora, of course. Her lifespan had been limited even before the war. Afterwards, she had given her all, even up to the last moments. If she had devoted herself a little bit less, John honestly didn't know if they would have reached the triptych at the right moment. If they had gotten a bit of rest to match, John might have been the one people were going to funerals for. Or more likely, not being able to attend the funeral of his friends and family would certainly be among those the triptych killed in their takeover. Balloons didn't quite work in the difficult skies between the peaks, but John was more than capable of carrying a handful of people. He wasn't any weaker than before. No, he was stronger, and he would grow even further. He just rarely felt motivated to use that power. Cultivation lacked joy, though John resolved that it wouldn't be forever. He had lost before, and unless he was the next to die, would inevitably experience it again. Beyond this very day, of course, Sidora was smiling. She was strong, and that had nothing to do with her cultivation. John had to at least appear strong until he was again. Thank you for the invitation. John wasn't quite sure what the protocol was for a ceremony such as this, but he knew that sorrow was inappropriate, at least while Sidora was still around. But of course, Sidora said, while you have little to gain from my demonstration, I still desire your presence. A demonstration of power just before her death? No. In this case, it would be a demonstration of power that led to her death. It was not something that happened out of despair, but simply from a full understanding of the circumstances. At least, that was what John understood. He didn't know what to do except watch. Watch his friends, watch the other visitors. Nobody was foolish enough to come up to him to make requests on such a day. Everyone was perfectly tolerable. Sidora was far more positive than most could be in the circumstances. Deirdre seemed quite curious. As an individual from Earth, this was even stranger to her than others. John paid special attention to Renato's attitude, but he also noticed the man's energy. He wouldn't bring it up at such an event, but afterwards, they needed to speak. For cultivators, times of tragedy could also result in significant gains, though any sane individual would prefer the longer path. People gathered around the second peak arena. That was the best place for a powerful demonstration of spiritual energy. Even if Sidora wasn't launching any real attacks, she might still require containment, especially at the last moments. I appreciate everyone showing up, Sidora said. I have a few final words before I begin. Mirka, I trust you to take over the second peak for me. Make sure people remember why it retains that name despite appearing the highest. Together, you and Venera must guide your fellow island masters and the whole of the Sky Islands. If you have any worries, trust our friends on the continent. Her eyes settled on John. Most things I needed to say have already been said, so now I will simply say goodbye. Though, with one final addendum. I hope to meet you all again. Sidora shook her head slowly. Do not take this as some sort of special insight on my part. I do not know if my fortune has been used up merely to transmigrate to this world, or if reincarnating here is even possible, let alone probable. But even if it is not in the next life, and we do not remember each other, I still wish to meet you again. Please, witness the insights I have built throughout my life. Sidora gave literally everything she had to one final demonstration. Mixed into everything were insights built up over the centuries. As the insights of another person, John couldn't truly comprehend them, not in the time they continued to exist. Even so, he felt traces of winds and storm, the weight of earth, and how two elements could bond together. The freedom of flight. John was certain that the paths of many of those present would be smoother. He hoped to do the same thing someday, even if it wasn't the tradition of the main continent. But of course, he could provide many benefits while still alive. John watched as a shroud settled over Satora's still body. Alva, as she had been called in a previous life, had lived in two very different time spans to John, and yet they had met. John wondered how he would affect people in futures he couldn't yet imagine. He wanted to give as many people as possible a good future. More death probably wasn't the answer, but it was impossible to completely avoid it. Mercy from the strong might be cruelty to others if a mistake was made. And now John was down many wise voices from whom he would take counsel on such matters. Yet he wasn't alone, not even close. Renato and Deirdre might be his closest peers, but the generation after John was barely younger. Even if they were his own children and disciples, there was much to learn from those who came behind him. Even Ursula had things to teach, besides bashing her head against a mountain enough for the mountain to break. Obviously, he wouldn't say that. In that manner, anywhere Ursula could hit him with her skull. He wasn't crazy. John held his sword high. He was reminded that he still needed to replace Aldera's weapon. Well, not that she truly needed a high-quality weapon against anyone else that remained. It was more of the principle of the thing. He looked down at the ships in front of him. Lay down your arms, and you will be spared. John knew the results, of course. They would say no surrender by the will of the triptych, or some such, and then, "We will surrender," said a female commander. "But you must swear to guarantee our lives." Oh, smart. This would be. Actually, it was harder for John to bring people in than to simply sink or kill them. But it was a satisfying result, at least. "Good," John said. "You may be required to pay reparations, but I can at least offer your lives." He rested his sword on his shoulder. "When did you hear about the fall of the triptych?" The woman cringed slightly. "We have only heard rumors. Did they truly fall at your hand?" "Not mine alone," John said. "Empress Aldera was there. And of course, we had forces to counterbalance their great spirit beasts and the fleets with them. Being unnecessarily humble here wouldn't provide much value, but people needed proper credit. Besides, it didn't seem likely people were going to change their minds about the surrender with how they were bending under the weight of his spiritual energy aura. Was he that terrifying? John thought back to fighting those more powerful than himself in the past. Pharamond of the Society of Midnight had been disturbingly powerful, even for an artificial ascending soul phase cultivation. The Leviathan had been similarly terrifying. The former John could have trivially slain at his current level, and the latter, as long as it was the state he'd met the Leviathan in, John could certainly have fought it alone. Though he suspected based on Carl's growth that it had been much stronger in the past. A long hibernation had weakened the creature, perhaps with the intention of producing offspring. "If you cooperate properly, we can make your time easier," John said. "I give my word. So shall it be done." He didn't need to give his word as an emperor or anything, even if he sort of was. The same was true of Aldera. What greater guarantee could there be than their personal word? John very much wanted to continue to cultivate an image of an upright individual. Obviously, most of the current sovereign primacy would hate him. Others would praise him for breaking them free from the command of the triptych regardless of his character. But for those that cared, he wanted to show it was possible to be more than a killer, though he still did an awful lot of that these days. Chapter 542. Though some days it felt like the entire weight of the continent was carried on John's shoulders, it was never true. Even on the days that the latest deaths were most burdensome, he had many wonderful friends and allies. But he didn't always feel it. He had a short opportunity for rest as he waited for fleets to cycle out. The people of the Continental Alliance could defend themselves well enough against the remaining forces, either those who were extraordinarily slow to receive messages or fanatics that still believed in the cause of the sovereign primacy, even without its leaders. Not that they had much of a cause aside from spreading their dominion to the whole world. They didn't even have consistent morality or social structures. During a time of rest, John might have simply remained in the core of the Six Elements crossroads. Perhaps he would go train in the hidden valley with its denser spiritual energy. But he did neither of those things. Sometimes, he just had to go with where his heart led him. In this case, it was visiting old sites of the triptych's attacks. A bit morbid, perhaps, but John found it encouraging. He could see the way people were already rebuilding. He started in the Frozen Heights. The attack there honestly hadn't been particularly serious. The total population of the region was in the tens of thousands at best, entirely cultivators. The triptych hadn't even bothered to delve deeply enough into the territory to find a sect. They just blasted the side out of a mountain. Some of the mountain had collapsed, but much of it had settled into a bowl. Melted ice and snow quickly refroze into a massive lake filled with a slurry of stone at the bottom. John wasn't sure who, but someone had taken it upon themselves to rebuild the side of the mountain out of ice. Their progress was significant, though John wondered if they intended to replace the collapsed peak or not. He supposed he would see eventually. Erdcliff had been more or less annihilated, but the muted crags hadn't given up on the remains. A new city was being built in the crater atop the rubble of the old city, or carved out of it. It was a very human thing to do. The port associated with it was far less functional than before, but large stone docks had been raised out of the water by earth cultivators that came into the region. In other times, the docks would probably be teeming with traders, but at the moment most vessels were styled for war, with about half of them being out to sea on patrols at any moment. Attacks on the boiling springs had cracked apart large portions of their terrain, with the triptych even causing an eruption that shook most of the region. Now the entire area was closer to one large lake. Individual sects and clans just settled down in more or less the same position as before. The area's spiritual energy seemed to have been dispersed, but it was still present, just slightly less dense. John saw a few cultivators on boats, drifting around presumably to maximize the area they covered. Resilient. In the shining coast, Lunar Island had the unfortunate position of being both powerful and prominently placed on the outer coast. It took the brunt of the damage in Moonport. Indeed, they had sheltered the rest of the area with the strength of their sect. Their tower was devastated and a majority of their members had perished, but John could already see new construction. Based on the footprint, they were planning to build back bigger. He doubted they would have the resources on their own, but it seemed others in the Shining Coast were contributing to the project. There had been a number of attacks on the long coastline of the Viridia wildlands, and the triptych had even struck inland a few times. The plains had suffered great fires that refused to burn out in the rains. Yet now that some time had passed, John couldn't actually pick out where most of the attacks had taken place. The rapid growth of the plants quickly replaced anything, though if John truly wanted to find the effects, he would look for what happened to human structures. Several of the larger symbols of the region were still intact, though mainly through virtue of them being further inland. Great Ring City was wholly intact, and the indestructible Kapok Grove hadn't suffered attacks to their core sect despite having relatively light defenses. Their cultivators had been lent out to the rest of the continent. The emerging bamboo sect had taken a hit, though. It was in the traditional way that the triptych preferred, a large explosion intended to cause maximum devastation. It was there that the clearest line was revealed. There hadn't really been a battle, and the area where the attack had been launched was entirely scoured of the sect's giant bamboo. Even now, the canes were far smaller than they had been, all except for one slice of the sect. By coincidence, that included much of the old sect. However, even most of the mighty canes would have fallen, but there was one that stood strong, despite being burnt half through. John was still going to claim it was his. Either way, it was the one he had fed some spiritual energy on his last visit. It might have made all the difference. It would have been relatively easy to attack around it, if their foes had anticipated its sturdiness. As it was, many people had been able to take shelter on the far side of the attacks, even if they hadn't been counting on that bamboo cane in particular. Given a decade, John suspected that the terrain would be difficult to distinguish from before. It would grow back rapidly, the ashes of the old forest serving as fuel for new growth. That was the way of the Viridia wildlands, though usually fire wasn't part of their local elements. The Shimmering Islands had been attacked numerous times. If their defenses had been broken through, much of the interior of the continent would have opened up to the sovereign primacy. But they stood strong. Hundreds of ships lined the bottom of the sea floor, turning into something resembling a barrier reef winding back and forth near the entrance to the wider sea. John heard rumors that some forces had tried to infiltrate the continent through the Solrot Bog, but it was only rumors. Nobody there could confirm anyone showed up, not that they had much population to begin with. John would have been surprised if they numbered 1,000. Regardless, if anyone had tried to pass through, it appeared that they didn't make it. John thought that it was fairly manageable, but if he hadn't been with a guide, the insects might have gotten to him, even those spiritual energy defenses. The Deadfields had suffered attacks on the few ports they had. They were really only valuable as stopover locations. The Prism Underfields did trade with others through those ports, but they hadn't even merited attacks by the triptych. A bit of work would pull things together. The Sky Islands were safe. Attacking them without specially trained forces would be a logistical nightmare, and the triptych couldn't reach them from the sea. Most likely they would have blown up an island or two just to make an impression if they had continued to remain active. John would argue that it was different from what he did to a single island because of a particularized grudge. Either way, with sufficient effort, they were replaceable now. The Wuthering Steppes had been shielded from greater damages due to the Sky Island's presence, though there probably wasn't a single stretch of coastline that hadn't suffered some threat from the sovereign primacy. Many attacks had come from the windswept sea, with the sects there having grudges against the continent. Though at least in this generation, the windswept sea had been the first aggressors. The Glass Hills. Honestly, any damage to their land was difficult to discern. John heard that a huge area had been blasted to smithereens. Now, he couldn't tell it apart from any other section of land with how much lightning had struck the area afterwards, reshaping the land according to the normal effects of the region. Perhaps the glass beneath layers of sand was a bit more uniform? The gloom previously wouldn't have been a strong enough region to defend against the quantity of attacks that hit it, even with the aid of neighboring regions. However, ever since the light and earth elements had been unsealed, the area was much stronger. Even if it was somewhat more difficult for dark cultivators to train, the quality of their training was superior and the total availability of spiritual energy was much greater. Their various ports had been the target of many attacks, but they hadn't simply accepted defeat. The triptych had caused significant damage to a few locations, but they had still needed to retreat shortly afterwards. So much destruction, but the triptych couldn't cause any more damage. They were dead and gone. Though John knew that wasn't necessarily a permanent thing, he wasn't worried about someone beginning to cultivate over a century behind him when he was already in the highest rank the planet had ever seen. Especially not since he was certain he was making progress. If he were to fight the triptych again now, as they were before, he wasn't willing to say it would be easy, but if Aldera had growth even close to resembling his, they wouldn't have had to make so many sacrifices. If he'd had his current strength earlier, the war wouldn't have lasted as long. It wouldn't still be going on. But of course, changing the past was something not even the strongest cultivators could do. Even if they could, somehow, John was sure that people would simply screw it up. Nobody should have that much power. John was certain that nobody deserved the power and responsibility of an exalted soul phase cultivator. Probably not even a phase or two below that. It was just too much. And it was far worse when that power was misused. But John already had this power. And perhaps it was an excuse, but he really couldn't just let wicked people do as they pleased when he could do something about it. And regardless of what else they were, the triptych had been a problem. They united most of the world, but not through ideals or diplomacy. Instead, they used mostly force. John was going to have to use some of that to settle things, but he very much wanted to lean towards diplomacy where possible. Everything he said and did had the threat of a powerful cultivator behind it, and he couldn't avoid that, but at least he could try. As for uniting the planet, he wasn't sure if that was what he actually wanted to do or if it was right. Neither he nor Alderan needed to rule the planet, and it would be really terrible with the current level of communication. Communication, that was what was needed. From what John remembered of Earth, all of the attempts to create worldwide political connections had been less successful than hoped, often lacking in true power. But that didn't mean it wasn't worth the attempt. Could John do better? Not on his own. But if he could get everyone sensible he knew on board, and the ones they knew, surely they could manage something. That was better than sending fleets and armies to devastate their foes. Though knowing people, there was still going to be a lot of conflict along the way. And a vaguely peaceful resolution was going to take a long time to pull off correctly. But what else was John going to be doing with his time anyway? He just needed to make sure others agreed his path made sense. Chapter 543. Though the general state of the war had calmed, it was still difficult to find a time for large groups to meet. John could have gone forward with his plans alone, but it really wouldn't be effective unless he had everyone on board. That included the Continental Alliance, the Empire of Elements, as well as the Molten Sea and the Western Islands. The Continental Alliance was most in tune with John's desires and didn't have much ground for objections anyway. After all, his plans were quite similar to the Continental Unification. If people were capable of not fighting and choosing to avoid trouble, they could be accepted into the fold. Of course, John didn't believe that the various parts of the sovereign primacy would easily capitulate to another's control so quickly, at least not seriously. Some would likely be wise enough to openly assent, but if they were still smoldering beneath the surface, the flames of war could erupt again before they noticed any benefits. The individuals missing from the various meetings he had throughout the Continental Alliance were a harsh reminder to John of the consequences of war. People wanted revenge. Even John wasn't satisfied with merely the triptych, but he also didn't want to spend the rest of his hopefully very long life at war. Nor was it a palatable idea to simply eradicate every possible source of trouble. Many people desired reparations. John imagined the financial state of the sovereign primacy wasn't actually that great, but if things could be settled without more death, that would be for the best. But of course, that included not building up unnecessary enmity from too high of a price. It would take far more than John's own intellect to achieve a tolerable balance. John sent envoys to the Western Islands. It was a long trip for him to make in person, especially since he was also needed in the opposite direction. They needed more permanent envoys, strong enough to be respected but somehow numerous enough to go throughout the world. Perhaps they could have some sort of elemental exchange program. It wouldn't be good to stagnate the growth of anyone's scent in either direction. But before they could get to that, they had to stop killing each other first. Meeting with Aldera in the center of the molten sea without anyone trying to kill each other was a huge improvement from just a few decades prior. Whatever grudges the molten sea retained against the Empress, fighting together against the sovereign primacy had significantly made up for it. And they had lived next to each other long enough that she no longer seemed to be an existential threat. John wouldn't have called it friendly, but cordial was good enough. Besides, he would be dealing with far more hostile situations in the near future. He was going to need to bring more forces with him, but not too many people. A delicate balance where he was strong enough not to be challenged, but not so much he looked like he wanted to eradicate most of the world. But that was a future issue. For the moment, he mainly had to convince Aldera and the others. The molten sea didn't really have anywhere that was cool, but they met in an internal room that was enchanted to minimize the heat. Various refreshments awaited them. Ironically, the ones that were most expensive were common fruits from either continent, and their quality was marginal. Still, John would prefer that over half of the local molten sea fruits which threatened to scald his mouth. He was certain if he grew up eating them, he wouldn't have a problem, but John didn't like having to defend himself against his food, regardless of how capable he was of doing do. It also dulled the taste, which was the whole point of eating various sorts of lava-dwelling fruits. Tiamir Kellerman, Tajana of the Searing Sarcophagus, and many other leaders from the molten sea were present. Aldera carried herself with a presence that was confident but not overbearing. John hoped he came off the same way, though their neighbors would doubtless respect their strength with what they had witnessed. Still, it was best to maintain a good impression. In summary, John said, I want the least people to die in the long term. Even if we were capable of wiping out 2/3 of the world or so, it would come at a great cost. But I also understand we can't leave true threats behind. Thus, I suggest a policy of reasonable tolerance. Most likely, some will force us to demonstrate our power. Limiting ourselves to killing those directly involved would be best. John waited for others to speak, but with Aldera present, most were too timid to be the next one. It was only a short few moments, but Aldera gave her own opinion. If they truly surrender to our might, I will have no issue. But if they bear any falsity, I will annihilate them. John didn't really expect much else as a response. It was pretty similar to his own position, really. The most important thing we must do is try to align our definitions, John noted. It is unlikely to be perfect, but we want the remains of the sovereign primacy to have some level of certainty if they see us approach. Tiamir Kellerman nodded slowly. I suspect there will be significant differences in the boldness of various groups, especially depending on who they see. Less respect will be shown to those of us at a seemingly achievable phase. Ultimately, that meant bringing a stronger force. The same would be true of any continental groups that didn't include John or Aldera, which would be necessary. It would take forever for them to visit every location of note across the planet, or even just most of a planet. The maps they had gotten from the sovereign primacy weren't of the greatest quality. They certainly might have missed some regions. It was possible that the triptych had higher quality maps, but their gear had mostly been annihilated. Splitting up the whole planet was a massive task, no matter how fast they traveled or how many people were involved. But the best they could do was start with the closest areas, minimizing the most imminent threats. After some time, people agreed to a similar understanding. Posturing or verbal threats wouldn't be considered aggression, but any sort of attack would regardless of severity. Those involved would die. In the cases of John and Aldera in particular, anyone unwise enough to attack them wouldn't have survived long anyway. And if they happened to develop any further exalted soul phase cultivators in the next decade or so, they would likely be involved in the same manner. John hoped it wouldn't actually take that long, but even the most optimistic math wasn't particularly pleasing. Hopefully their rather generous terms would be properly considered so that there wasn't too much more battle. Northwest of John's continent was where traces of the sovereign primacy had first appeared. Perhaps they should have launched an aggressive counterattack after the muted crags had been invaded, but the continent hadn't precisely been unified at the time, and the full extent of their foe's ability was unclear at the time. Now it was clear that the area had been part of the sovereign primacy's early expansion. The triptych hadn't been exalted soul phase cultivators at the time, but they were still ambitious individuals of high cultivation. The last time John had been in the area, he and Aldera had stolen some islands. Wiped out a couple others and their sects, too. They would remember, and they should be better apprised of the balance of power. The triptych was dead, and it was unlikely that almost anywhere didn't know that for a fact, unless some local region was intentionally suppressing the information. The first few places they came across had already capitulated to other forces. They were quite nervous for John to be passing through, but they were too afraid to take any sort of action. Ultimately, John wanted them to learn that they didn't need to fight. He wasn't going to go through and sweep up all their elemental resources for himself, nor did he plan to tear down their cities, sects, or clans. Not more than necessary, at least. John traveled openly, meeting with various leaders and confirming their understanding of the situation. It wasn't entirely necessary, because he trusted those who had come before, but simply passing through wouldn't help reinforce the current state of things. It was perhaps surprising to some that they weren't being wiped out or robbed of all their resources, but that was how they angled towards a different sort of future. Of course, being too generous might backfire. That was why there was a tribute system being established. Costs wouldn't come all at once, but they also wouldn't be perpetual. It was important that people see an end to things. A few decades, to cultivators, was tolerable. Some might not believe that anyone with the upper hand would actually give up on enforcing tributes once the time came to an end, but the hope would still be there. It was all part of the balance. Fortunately, John had Viriato to support him. It wasn't quite correct to call anything they were doing a trade, but people's continued existence for wealth was at least a negotiation. Viriato would keep John from being too generous. He was excellent at assessing the wealth of an area through various means. John had picked up a few things, but he still mostly judged by the quality of the strongest cultivators and his sense of the spiritual energy in the region. That provided an incomplete picture, but still a useful one. It took several weeks at a leisurely pace to finally reach new territory. John displayed his forces in full. There was himself, of course. Alone, he might be sufficient. If anyone had actually seen exalted soul phase cultivators in a serious fight, they wouldn't even think to make a move. But not everyone would act wisely if they thought he might be weak. So John, of course, had around a dozen ascending soul phase cultivators from around the continent. Their numbers included Presha of Silver Breeze Gorge along with both Renato and Deirdre. The club had grown pretty thin on numbers, but that was precisely why they had to continue to spend time together. Besides, there shouldn't be much risk, and if there was, John wanted some of his most trusted people right next to him. He was a bit nervous about the fact that his children were generally part of their own groups, but they hadn't been kids in over half a century. Most likely, he and Aldera were the only ones who could reliably defeat any of them. Turdo had Verusha, so he would never be alone, and Melanthina had Nick. Ursula was probably inferior to one of the pairs, but she wouldn't actually be on her own if it came to a fight. Nor was she leading a group. She was far better in the role of stoic bodyguard than negotiator. At least, if people were willing to actually talk and didn't just need to have some sense knocked into their heads. John thought that at some point he would have seen everything. Perhaps that was true, but a century of life on Earth wouldn't be sufficient for that. It would take far longer for a world such as this with so many unique regions. At first, John had thought it was sunset. It seemed early, though, and then he realized that the colors on the horizon were coming from the clouds instead of merely reflecting off of them. John looked over to Renato. I don't know why I thought that the name of the flaming sky was some sort of metaphor. Renato shrugged. Oftentimes, it can be. Yet some are simply literal. Clouds of fire flickered in the skies. Focusing spiritual energy on his eyes, John got a closer look. Just like with typical clouds, there were various different sorts of flaming clouds in the sky. Some were tall pillars that seemed to come from a massive bonfire or the like. Yet other clouds were formed of many small beads of flame, quite similar to the droplets that made up watery clouds. Flames were flattened by the wind, but instead of bending back to their former positions, they lingered like long wisps of cloud. When the actual sunset came, the reds and oranges were brilliant. Then the clouds themselves lit up the night sky, bathing the islands below in light that was brighter than the night of a full moon. Their fleet stopped for the night a comfortable distance away from their intended destination. Arriving in the middle of the night wasn't a great way to indicate they came in peace, or at least with the potential for peace. Hopefully, the locals would recognize that. Chapter 544. As John approached the islands beneath the flaming sky, ships along the way avoided him by darting into the nearest port, or if that was lacking any sort of cover. That was the optimal result, because while John didn't want fear to be the final result, it was useful. It also meant he didn't have to kill people right away, which was nice. When they were within a reasonable distance of the first of the more populous islands, John projected his voice. "Gather your leadership to meet with me." He didn't have to announce himself. Even if people somehow hadn't heard who he was, they would still recognize his cultivation, as long as he didn't hide it. And for his current purposes, it was on full display. The ship slowly approached the port, giving some time for people to gather. Most of the powerful cultivators of the island gathered, though they had only a single ascending soul phase cultivator. For their sake, John limited his escorts to 2 as he strode off of the ship. "We welcome the mighty warrior." The single ascending soul phase cultivator clasped his hands and bowed politely, though his voice revealed some trepidation. "May I ask the purpose of your visit?" "Of course," John said. "We are here for a diplomatic mission. We are here to discuss the terms of your surrender." They didn't like that. However, they kept their displeasure to their faces and posture. "Perhaps we should move somewhere more comfortable," the man said. John agreed, of course. If people wanted to, he was happy to lay out his demands standing on the docks. He doubted he would find anywhere more comfortable than his own rooms and his carefully curated garden. Exotic food and drink were interesting to him, but he didn't find much pleasure in such things when engaging in business. Still, if people thought he was easily buttered up by nice things, he wouldn't shatter their illusions. John brought 2 weaker individuals with him. He didn't need guards, after all, but it was appropriate that he be accompanied. His own cultivation was more than enough to intimidate the locals, and aside from the man, the 2 women with him were consolidated soul phase and soul expansion phase. Not bad, given their youth, but nothing amazing. "It is quite possible you already know my name," John said. "But I will reiterate that I am John Miller, leader of the Continental Alliance. We come representing our own interests and those of our allies. My companions are Osita and Cool." Osita was only in the late consolidated soul phase. Cool was an early ascending soul phase cultivator. Together, they likely matched the 3 leaders of the island. The other 3 introduced themselves. The man was Bako, accompanied by Debaku and Akua. John had come with some preparations. "I have much business to attend to, so do try to keep up." It was a pretty rude way of speaking, but that was to achieve the effect he wanted. The flaming sky, as the rest of the sovereign primacy, was involved in unprovoked attacks on our alliance. Now the triptych is dead, and you have a path to survival. Starting out harsh and leading into his more agreeable terms was a way to keep people unsteady. Ultimately, he wanted them to feel grateful for sparing their lives. And according to the general state of the world, they really should be. Some would have gone on a massacre. Bako set his jaw. "What terms must we agree to?" "We have here a list of grievances that encompass the broader Flaming Sky region. You will be communally responsible for a certain amount of reparations. Afterwards, you must submit yourselves to our oversight for a certain period." Akua frowned at the papers John produced. "This amount is to be paid out by the entire Flaming Sky region over the next few decades. Or we can empty your vaults today. If you have enough, you might be absolved of your personal responsibility." Bako cleared his throat. "The longer-term repayments will likely be more acceptable." "Good," John said. "Please contact your neighbors. I don't have the patience to go to each and every island to seek people out. In the meantime, I will be availing myself of your hospitality." They weren't happy about that, but in truth, John's presence wouldn't be terribly burdensome. He wasn't going to be asking for the most expensive dishes in the region at all hours of the night and day. He was going to be sitting on their roof watching some flaming clouds. He wouldn't immerse himself in deep cultivation in enemy territory, but he could gather insights as he observed unique phenomena. Overall, John thought the diplomacy in the Flaming Sky region went off reasonably well. There was a slight issue with the second-to-last delegation to arrive. One group, led by a woman, suddenly attacked the moment that John introduced himself. He didn't even get her name. Her weapon was a parasol, or at least that was a tool she was planning to use. Most likely, her main method of attack was simply fire. John didn't give her much chance to display her abilities, though, nor the rest of her entourage. A handful of throwing daggers and a wide slash of his sword, and the group fell. On their faces were looks of indignity as their pride was trampled, and perhaps a sense of betrayal. After all, they were surrounded by most of their regional allies. If they worked together to attack John, they would have all still died, actually. But it seemed the woman thought they had a chance. Or perhaps she was blinded by hatred. Presumably, people she cared about had died while assaulting the continent. John only had small sympathy for such a thing. If they wanted to fight, they should have ambushed the triptych. Just one of them, obviously. They couldn't travel together all the time, especially since they were trying to cover most of the world. John looked around at the others, his spiritual energy still at its peak. He never really slacked off, not surrounded by enemies. It just wasn't always obvious. People trembled. Some looked as if they wanted to run. "Don't worry," John smiled. He cleaned off the blade of his sword and retrieved his daggers. "Good ones could be expensive. I won't kill those who are not responsible for the attack. Of course, if any of you encouraged this foolishness." People shivered. Even if they realized later that he manipulated the spiritual energy in the area, the effect would still be sufficient. John gestured to those with him. "Their personal effects will be forfeit. They won't be counted towards the debt." In a way, it was a punishment towards those that were still living, but John was already being reasonable by not rushing over and destroying their sections. He would have had to do something more if it wasn't just a few of their leading cultivators, and he was glad they hadn't also brought masses of lesser cultivators to die. Before they moved on from the flaming sky, John had Viriato display various goods that could be for trade if a long-term relationship was established. He had examples of various luxuries and cultivation resources that would match any elemental combination. There was only so much they could fit in a single ship, but Viriato knew his stuff and had compiled a very efficient display set. Not everyone was so relatively polite as the flaming sky. The darkness element cultivators of the Darkstalker clan didn't come out to meet John, but instead prepared an ambush in a deep valley. However, John was well aware of their presence even before he stepped into their trap. The cloaks they wore had the fur of darkness element beasts that blended in with the night, but it still had traces of the life it once bore. The battle formation of the Darkstalker clan compensated for the weaknesses of their lesser members, which allowed them to avoid being individually revealed, but the overall effect was still imperfect. John could distinguish them from the natural surroundings, no matter how closely they attuned their darkness to the area. John moved ahead of his companions alone, stopping just barely before the area they likely designated as the target. He could give them one chance. "I do know you're there. All 76 of you," John said. "You get one warning. Anyone who attacks me will die." A flash of light element to overwhelm their senses. John's movements were a silent wind, bringing him to stand behind their leader. He casually placed his sword just above her shoulder. A simple movement would slice it towards her neck. "You wouldn't even know when it happened," he whispered. John expected her to spin around. If she went for his seemingly open midsection, he would catch her blade with his free hand. What was the point of being an exalted soul phase cultivator if you couldn't show off a little? She did turn, but not quickly. "You live up to your reputation." "I would hope so," John said. "Drop your weapons." The woman shook her head. "I cannot give them up." What pride! John could let it go, but he had to make a point. Given his reading of the situation, he let go of his own blade. However, before gravity could drop it even a centimeter, his own hands were grasping the woman's curved blades. One was shorter, good for parrying and deflection, if she could react to his speed. She did manage to start a transition to a defensive posture, but John wasn't holding back. The full weight of the exalted soul phase came down on her. He grabbed the blades and tossed them. She refused to release her grip, so she went flying with them. Perhaps for her personal brand, it was less embarrassing to be tossed than to let go of her weapons. John grabbed his sword out of the air. Anyone actually want to fight? Some people did, but everyone was watching the clan head, waiting for her orders, despite her being thrown into the side of the valley where they had been waiting in ambush. "If we don't fight," she said as she stood, "we will live." John pondered for a moment. "I must say that I am not pleased that you were waiting in ambush. But you were not foolish enough to actually attack. So we will not be killing you, unless you engage in further foolish actions." She bowed her head. "Roya of the Darkstalker clan, it appears we must submit to whatever terms you have." "That is true," John confirmed. "You're quite lucky that they are not as onerous as we could have made them. But I am something of an idealist. How would you like to be part of a unified planet that could grow as one, instead of living in a constant cycle of death and regression? Perhaps this cultivation boom need not fade into obscurity, leaving behind only corpses and memories. An interesting thing to say, Roya commented. Though I do believe that more than half of the world's exalted soul phase cultivators are dead. She was fishing for something. That's right, John said, then smirked. Are you suggesting we had more? Because the Empress Aldera and I indeed fought them as a pair. If I had such an advantage, Roya said, I would prefer to keep it concealed, if possible. But I suppose there is little point in hiding it when there are no foes that can match you. She didn't bother to hide her spiritual energy assessing John. I imagine you are stronger now than you were then. Of course, John said. I have no intention to stop growing. Anyway, though we don't currently have any other exalted soul phase cultivators, I'm sure that is only a temporary state. And both of us could provide guidance to cultivators of any element, John declared. Though, of course, we would only do so for our allies. Roya nodded. From her face, she thought it was more than a long shot that John would actually provide her guidance at any point in the future, but she seemed tempted by the possibility. If she was reasonable, John thought she might get a chance within a decade or two. After all, he was the one making that choice, and he found himself slightly biased towards her stubbornness and boldness. Or maybe she would try to poison him, and he'd have to wipe out her clan. Which would be a shame, because he would probably be fine if she tried. Chapter 545. As it turned out, John didn't have to wipe out the Darkstalker clan. He was quite glad about that, because it was never pleasant to have to kill large numbers of people. Then, of course, there was always the question of where to stop. If wiping out a sect, would you leave behind those under a certain cultivation? Perhaps a certain amount of time associated with the sect would be the limit. And as for clans, would you kill the children? The answer for the former questions was variable. The answer for the latter was absolutely not. John wished he could say his actions had never harmed a child, but that was untrue in many ways. He'd been involved with wiping out some old clans. In large battles, collateral damage was inevitable, and afterwards, he was certain not everyone went to a good home. Some were thrown into sects without real support, and others probably ended up on the streets and cities. The world would be far easier if terrible people never had children. Even then, John knew that not everyone he had fought had been irredeemable. Sometimes there hadn't really been an attempt made for peace from either end. John wandered around the ship, as if he couldn't feel where each and every part of it was. He could cut himself off from feeling spiritual energy, but that wasn't actually pleasant. Feeling the world around him felt good. Even the most dangerous regions were in some ways a beautiful sight. Perhaps noticing the way John moved about the ship, Renato came to find him at the stern, where John was watching the wake they left. Sailing ships wouldn't leave a terribly large wake if relying on the wind alone, but enchantments and water element cultivators greatly increased the speed of travel, and thus the size of the wake, unless they intentionally minimized it. Renato placed a comforting hand on John's shoulder. You carry the weight of a mountain, my friend. What concerns you most today? John had to think for a while about how honest to be. He wouldn't lie to his friend, but sometimes not everything needed to be said. Children, John said. Renato nodded. Given that last time I saw one of yours, she was carrying a dozen boulders stacked vertically. I must assume you mean those of others. That's right, John sighed. I couldn't help but think. How many of those we killed had children? What about the triptych? Renato considered for a few moments. Having children doesn't make someone any better or worse. But as cultivators, their children should be fine. They have great status and wealth. The one pitfall would come due to actions that are not your responsibility. John appreciated the sentiment, but it didn't make it feel less like he was responsible for other people's actions. As for the triptych, Renato shook his head. Based on their ages, most of them that had children would have done so quite some time ago. Some of them could be older than you. John tilted his head. Counting the extra? You know as well as I how insignificant a duration that portion of time is becoming. Anyway, if the triptych have children, they probably won't be young. John frowned. Kaelin was young, though. Still older than us, Renato pointed out. It is a possibility. Some never stop, inevitably asking for intrafamily conflict. But that strife would be their responsibility as well. Renato pulled John into a hug. Just believe that the world will be far better off because of your existence. The rest of us already do. John breathed out slowly. Then he grumbled internally. One would think that after a century or so, he might get past childish notions. He hugged his friend back. This was a world that needed a bit more affection. Good friends didn't just have to stoically drink across from each other. Such a display of emotion might be seen as a sign of weakness by some, but nobody with the expedition was foolish enough to believe either of them were weak in any sense of the word. Renato wasn't yet an exalted soul phase cultivator, but he was one of the best prospects. Everyone in the Alliance knew that John was an eccentric, but that only made him more powerful, or something to that effect. The endless swamp certainly lived up to its name. It was part of one of the larger land masses, which meant John had left behind his ship and brought along just a smaller honor guard. Technically, the elemental balance was similar to the Viridio wildlands. However, instead of being mainly rainforest, the earth and water elemental zone was a very different ecological arrangement. The swamp truly seemed endless, though John didn't know where it began. It was a good thing they could run atop water, because otherwise it would have been a horrible slog. The waterways weren't necessarily continuous, and they were winding in every direction, so swimming or boating was out of the question. Running was generally faster for cultivators anyway. Unlike the Solrot bog, there weren't too many awful insects. Yes, there were leeches the size of cats, but they were honestly easy to deal with. They didn't ignore spiritual energy, and their size made them stand out if you could discern how their spiritual energy differed from the natural environment. John cut another one in half. It hadn't even been close to him. Do you think wiping all of these out would devastate the ecology? John asked. He really didn't like the idea of something that could chomp down on his whole arm to try to suck out his blood. Honest answer? Renato asked. Something has to eat these. So yeah, probably. Shame, John said. But I wasn't planning to visit every nook and cranny anyway. I'd rather move on from here. I thought you liked vibrant places. John turned his head towards Renato, then grabbed his friend and threw him into the mouth of a giant crocodile. Of course, both of them had sensed the creature long before, and it wasn't powerful enough to really harm Renato. In fact, the way its jaws were specialized for chomping down actually became a detriment as the force worked against it. Teeth shattered against Renato's armor and spiritual energy. Renato forced the mouth open wide enough for him to stand, then swung his club up towards the back of its mouth. The impact rattled what brain the creature had, destroying it. You're right, John said. I do like places full of life, but I prefer at least some of the life be cute. Renato extricated himself from the mouth of the creature. There are baby leeches, he suggested. I'm not really feeling it. Other members of the group had different opinions. Some hated the insects. Taurai had been chosen by John for this particular leg of the journey, even though it wasn't the same sort of elemental region. She didn't seem to think it was that bad. Earth was far more pleasant than darkness in most cases. In truth, John found the area to be a good perspective on another way elements could combine, but everything felt pretty much the same, and he was getting bored. How many hundreds of kilometers had they gone? It didn't help that they only had vague coordinates for the sect they were trying to find, so they had to take a sweeping route to try to pick them out. Every once in a while, John would fly up into the sky to try to get a good survey of the land. Nothing much changed. He did, however, finally spot a place that looked too normal. Something about the way the trees spread their branches to cover the area. Perhaps the sect had some frequent trouble with flying neighbors, because there wasn't really another way to get a similar angle. Found them, John reported once back on the ground. It should be the Green Stump sect, based on the maps we have. Even if they weren't entirely accurate, they wouldn't be so far off that they hit another sect's territory. There was some possibility it was a minor sect, but in that case they would quickly move on after obtaining necessary information. John didn't try to hide his spiritual energy, nor did the members of his honor guard. They were intending to be precisely the opposite of subtle. Sneaking up on people wasn't a good way to begin negotiations. That went both ways, of course. Frankly, John was disappointed in the Green Stump because they were far less good at hiding than Roya and the Darkstalker clan had been. They did kind of blend into the background of the local region, but it wouldn't fool anyone John was with. He didn't give them any visual indication, but they would know. He made his way around the trunk of a large tree, and an axe swung to try to chop off his head. It might have been somewhat threatening if John had walked in that direction, but it was pretty trivial to appear as if he were going a different direction. The poor tree didn't make it, though. It toppled off to the side due to the momentum of being severed. Meanwhile, John held his sword against the throat of the woman who had taken the swing. "Are you done being foolish?" John asked. She tried to spin around, which was a clear answer. Because her head was severed before her axe made it a quarter spin towards John. Obviously, she had focused her spiritual energy defenses towards her neck, but it wasn't nearly enough. Others attacked too. What a shame. They were dead now, whether they knew it or not. Renato smashed people into each other. It was an unnecessary effort, as killing two cultivators in such a fashion was more costly than simply consecutively smashing heads in. However, it would be a greater factor on morale. Taurai made the locals regret their choice of living location. She wasn't primarily trained as a controller of insects, but she still knew the theory. Leeches weren't insects, but they were simple-brained and sufficiently weak. Infused with her spiritual energy, their teeth were a threat to the locals. The first leech that successfully latched on caused a cascading effect among the cultivators, as something they normally wouldn't fear was suddenly brought back into focus. They cut down half of their foes in mere moments. It wasn't long before John caught a man with his back to a 3-meter-thick trunk. "I surrender," he cried out. John looked deep into his soul. "You knew we were coming." Which of course also means you know we aren't in the habit of giving out second chances. "Please, I dash." John cut him in half. He had considered sending the man back with just one arm as a warning to others, but he already knew the consequences. It was reflected in the man's eyes. It didn't require a particularly deep reading of a person's facial expressions and body to determine such a simple thing. The rest of the sect might still survive if they hadn't gone along with the current ambush. Simply being too weak to come along wouldn't excuse them. However, how frustrating. They'd just been on a good chain of successful negotiations. The endless swamp shouldn't have even been deeply tied to the sovereign primacy. How long had they been connected? A decade before the war began. 2 at most. But they had several prominent sects, so they needed to be brought into agreement one way or another. But they'd attacked the continent along with the rest of the sovereign primacy, so there was no way they were just going to be left alone without any consequences. John wished he knew a better way, but sadly he wasn't strong enough to not kill people. Taking on half the world alone was beyond his capabilities, so he couldn't just let them stew in their anger and grow stronger. Though maybe he would deserve it if he was killed. He wasn't one to argue that he was faultless. He merely did the best he could with his strength and resources. Chapter 546. How long had it been since John had been home? Even if he wasn't strictly counting where he lived, it was over a year now. As it turned out, planets were big. Circumnavigating the globe was one thing, but that would cover just the tiniest fraction of where people lived. Fortunately, some people were willing to come to John. However, now that the overall journey had been started, he couldn't just back out. Technically, he only had to cover a bit more than a third of the planet since Aldera was doing the other part, and they had their own territory. But once one considered any significant portion of a planet, it became a huge project. All that, and they were ignoring small sects and clans. If they had to meet with each and every one of tens of thousands of separate power centers, John would truly go mad. If they got through a few every day, it could take multiple decades, and that mostly ignored travel time. Just focusing on those above a certain strength cut that down to a more reasonable fraction of the work. Right now, John was still dealing with the endless swamp. Next was the waterlogged root sect, similarly concealed deep within the region to the former green stump. They were prominent enough that John couldn't ignore them, nor allow them to ignore him. The sect had one final chance before John showed up at their headquarters. There was a nearby city that was quite prosperous as far as cities in the midst of dangerous swamps went. Food and materials were readily available, presuming one could defeat the beasts of the swamp. And sometimes the flora. Deep Willow wasn't all that unpleasant relative to everything else. The city itself was mainly composed of wooden walkways, as it seemed to have been easier than trying to make anything on the ground. Buildings were constructed around the sturdiest trees, some of which were intentionally grown out in different directions to more easily organize the flow of the city. Though as John and the others approached the sprawling city, it was clear that some places had given up and let the natural flora grow as they pleased. There were large gaps between construction in some places, separating neighborhoods with large stretches of waterlogged terrain. Other places were cramped together, with some buildings seeming to be little more than a roof or a secondary walkway above a narrow passage. The city didn't have any walls, though it would have been an impractical project from the beginning. Wooden walls couldn't hold against cultivators of any merit even when enchanted, and the city was likely constantly growing. Stone would both be hard to obtain in the region and also far too heavy for the terrain. John actually noticed a segment of an old attempt at making a wall, some 10 meters deep in the ground. Anchoring the walls to sturdy trees might work, but not all of them were conveniently arranged. In all cases, it would be easy to go above or below any wall that was constructed, unless the wall went tens of meters into the ground. It could be swum beneath or trivially burrowed under. There were always neighboring trees to jump from, and in a water and earth element region, it was an endless task just to keep control of the growth. Inside the city, let alone outside their walls. Some of that was speculation on John's part, of course. He hadn't had an opportunity to speak with the locals, but if he could come up with those weaknesses on the spot, then certainly they knew them far more deeply. Besides, in most cases, any enemies would be ambushed far before reaching the city. Making use of the local terrain to perform guerrilla tactics would be quite useful for the residents of the area. John hoped that the lack of attacks was a good sign. He really preferred peaceful resolutions. It wasn't like the locals had any chance to begin with, so it was really a poor choice on their part if they did something. He swept his senses over the city, looking for the strongest individuals. There were quite a few with decent cultivations. His group made their way towards the middle of the city where they resided, keeping to the wooden walkways. Some of them lacked the necessary sturdiness to carry people like Renato, but he was polite enough to spread the weight of himself and his armor over a wider area. A few sections of the direct route were rotten, but John didn't technically have to step foot on the ground. He wasn't going to carefully pick and choose his way around the place, but he would avoid breaking things. Everyone had their own methods, and Renato found it easiest to jump down atop the ground below. Nobody would care if he squashed a wide area of swamp muck. John finally intersected with his main target in a market area where the man was waiting. John's intentions would have been obvious from about the time he entered the city. "Are you a member of the waterlogged root?" John asked. He was mostly being polite, as some of those with him had encountered the sect before and confirmed their spiritual energy. Then again, the people here could have left the sect for some reason. Wars weren't exactly times of stability, and in some ways, they were still at war. The sovereign primacy didn't seem to have officially declared the war was over. No, they couldn't. The greater entity barely existed as different factions responded to the loss of their exalted soul phase cultivators. "I am," the man confirmed. He wore a wide-brimmed hat, and at his side was a machete, convenient for chopping through any annoying vines and also likely people. Few cultivators were known for their peaceful demeanors, after all. "So you are the one, then." Despite the man's calmness, his voice implied he wasn't happy to see John. But he didn't need to be happy. He just needed to be reasonable. "John Miller," he said, "leader of the Continental Alliance. Emperor of the Southwestern Twin Continents," the man said. "Delver of Darkness. I am Gase, sect head of the waterlogged root." The man's body posture told John quite a bit, his hand resting on his hilt. "We will not submit to your tyranny." The man's spiritual energy spiked instantly, a jet of water propelling his blade from its sheath and into his opposite hand, raised to chop down towards John. That was certainly the man's intention, but John caught him by the wrist. Stepping forward just once was faster than readying a weapon. John could have pulled out his sword, but instead his right palm struck the man in the chest. The attack lacked finesse, just the heavy weight of earth crushing the man's ribcage. Surrounding sect members were also attacking, drawing their weapons and reaching into the surrounding trees to swing their branches. The center of the city itself was moving, the carefully placed boards warping and snapping as the trees were mobilized, 2 in a row. Swamp dwellers were obstinate. They also seemed to have negative titles for John. Darkness element cultivators were still prejudiced against in many places, and that seemed to hold even here where they were in an allied elemental cycle. Or maybe Delver of Darkness referred to some objectionable way. John had used his spiritual energy in the war. John could see people fearing what he did, but it was all in service of efficient killing. He rarely caused unnecessary pain, even to those that annoyed him. John's blade flicked back and forth as a significant portion of the waterlogged root sect attacked. Any civilians remaining in the area scattered, including cultivators that didn't want to be associated with the attack. Smart ones had already withdrawn, likely having some sort of forewarning. John hadn't been particularly surprised at the attack. He was just disappointed. Sparing the trees would have been nice, as they didn't deserve to be chopped to pieces, but sometimes they were the easiest targets as they were manipulated to attack. This section of the city was likely ruined anyway, with half of the structures crumbling apart. John watched for attacks, cutting down those who surrounded him. A man wielding 2 machetes attempted to parry his attack, but unfortunately, he simply didn't have the necessary strength. John could just power through, and he had reasons to show off his strength. He could have done far more if there weren't any neutral parties nearby. A woman tried to wrap an entire tree about him, but she forgot to protect her own body. He flew through the branches, spinning around to avoid some and cutting others out of his way. Her head fell like another stick. A machete swung for his thigh. Slow. John countered with his own blade. Then, suddenly, he forced his spiritual energy to reverse and halted his blow. John was fairly certain he broke his shoulder and strained a tendon in his elbow as his sword came to rest against a young woman's neck. No, a girl. Her malnutrition was clear, but John could tell she wasn't finished growing even with that as a factor. Her spiritual energy was surprisingly in the foundation phase. That was why he hadn't immediately clocked her youth. It wasn't an amazing level of strength, but for someone less than 2 decades old it was highly unusual. John glared at her. Drop your weapon. I don't kill children. For most, the mere threat of his spiritual energy would cause them to collapse. The girl instead ducked under his sword, tumbling through his legs and slashing at the back of his knee. She was nowhere near fast enough that John couldn't react, especially as she stumbled over the uneven remains of the wooden walkways. No, he could have cut off her head or broken her fingers or just stepped a dozen meters away. But he let her strike hit. Her blade, perhaps from one of the fallen cultivators, couldn't pierce through the enchantments of his lower armor. Yet the girl had a technique that passed through some of her spiritual energy, a hidden sharpness. John's skin wasn't so weak that a foundation phase cultivator could cut through it if he didn't let them, though. He didn't even need spiritual energy to defend, but just to avoid being an arrogant idiot. He had created a condensed layer of internal defense. His initial judgment on his safety had been correct, though. The girl took her weapon in a 2-handed grip, despite the handle length not being at all appropriate, continuing to swing far less effectively than her initial assault. Why you? You're the Dark Emperor of Slaughter that killed my mother. Just now? No. He couldn't imagine anyone from the waterlogged route would have brought their daughter to try to assassinate him, and her spiritual energy didn't fit. John pulled out 3 daggers, flinging them past the girl to strike down targets threatening his allies. Who was she? John asked. He twisted his sword around hers, lodging the machete into one of the now stationary trees. Dark and tangled hair dangled in front of the girl's face. She was the most beautiful, strongest, kindest mother in the world, and she never came back. She punched him in the gut. John had to use his spiritual energy to spread out her hit so that she didn't break her fingers. It seemed she'd learned a cultivation technique, but not proper combat form. Or perhaps she'd forgotten it in her rage. She went to the assault on the, what did you call them here, twin continents? John asked. He was going to presume from the scream of rage that was a yes. What could he say? That he hadn't killed the woman. If he fought her, he probably had. But there was no way he would remember a single individual. How troublesome. He swung his sword, cutting apart 2 enemies trying to ambush him from behind. They might have had a slight chance of injuring him if they hadn't been some of the few remaining cultivators from their sect still standing. If John had been distracted by a dozen others, they would still have died, but maybe gotten something out of it. The girl screamed, her voice catching in her throat as she tried to tug the machete out of the trunk of the tree. I'm going to kill you. Her head whipped back and forth, looking for another weapon. Apparently, she decided that John's sword would be a good choice. She grabbed the places his hand didn't cover, the pommel and the crossguard, trying to rip the weapon out of his hand. He lifted his arm. Yes, his shoulder was broken. He pushed the bones back into place. He'd have to keep a supply of spiritual energy there to prevent things from getting worse. The girl wasn't that short, but she didn't need to be for John to lift her off of the ground. She flailed her legs and kicked at him, and once again she would have broken her toes if he didn't disperse the force for her. You'll never kill me like that, John said. You'll need to learn to fight. What was he doing? John didn't really know. Antagonizing her wouldn't help, but that wasn't quite what he was trying to do. She mostly growled in frustration, eventually releasing her grip on the sword and falling onto displaced boards. Her legs and feet were pierced by numerous splinters. Nobody would teach me. Figures, John said. I'll do it then. He'd never seen a look of such profound confusion as the one looking up at him. You'll never even have another chance if you don't follow along after me, and you won't be able to keep up. So you don't really have another option, John explained. I'm the strongest, and I have the most to teach. You'll just kill me, she said. If I was going to do it, I'd just do it now, John pointed out. But of course, you have no reason to trust me. I'm the enemy. There was one more combatant. They were running. Too bad for them. They'd already made the wrong choice. One more throwing dagger. After all, they weren't a kid. They knew what they were doing. So John asked, "What do you think?" The girl just glared at him. He didn't expect much different. He didn't even know what he was doing. How many hundreds of orphans was he responsible for in some way? Why this one? I don't call myself the Dark Emperor of Slaughter. I call myself John. Do you have a name? Rukai. Well then, Rukai. John turned. Make your choice. He began to walk off. She staggered after him. Then she tried to slash him with the next weapon she passed. She was going to need some help keeping up. There was no way John was going to slow down the trip just so she could walk on her own 2 feet. Chapter 547. At a certain level of power, an individual's decisions had the ability to shape a large portion of the world. John was one of those individuals, and he couldn't deny it. There were a rare few trivial decisions such as what he ate for a day, but even what techniques he trained at a particular moment might have wide-ranging consequences. If they had attempted diplomacy with the triptych, the war might have been resolved with far fewer deaths, or perhaps John and Aldera would have died. Their calculations had leaned towards the latter given the unwillingness of the triptych to even pretend they were willing to engage in diplomacy, but it might have been possible. The choices that had already been made couldn't be undone, and John saw the consequences. The deaths of many. He had no idea what another choice might bring. One person, one life. Nobody powerful yet. Saying he had a reason wasn't really true. He could come up with justifications later, but just like most things he did during a fight, he simply went with what seemed correct. He trained combat and techniques to make better choices, but social situations could be far more unusual. So now John had a girl sitting in front of him. Rukai, John said. Tell me about your training so far. The teenager crossed her arms. I'm not going to reveal my mother's secrets. John sighed. I'm not trying to steal your family's cultivation secrets. Were you tested for elemental affinities? Such things are unnecessary, Rukai said. I am the daughter of my mother, so naturally I will be suited for the same style. She wasn't wrong, but Rukai had a very incomplete image of things. Personal conviction was an important factor in what elements a cultivator could manage. Whether it was talent or simply preference was unclear, but some elements just worked better. Though not everyone actually had a choice in what cultivation style they practiced. Some merely took whatever they could. Did you practice spiritual energy control before you established your first totem? John asked. It was possible to perform just the bare bones of becoming a cultivator and attuning your first totem then. Alternatively, it could be done near the end of the spiritual collection phase. The latter was a practice that came about from the general idea that totems were static and ungrowing. And even if that reasoning wasn't correct, it was still valuable to choose a totem once one had some experience. I learned to control both earth and water right away, Rukai said, according to the principles of our family technique. John waited for further elaboration, but getting information from Rukai was like squeezing water from a rock. Actually, he was much more capable of performing the latter. Did you attempt to control the other elements? John asked, producing a fire in one palm and a swirling vortex in the other. Our family techniques don't suit other elements, she said. Right, John said. Your first task is to try to control each element. But Rukai caught herself, changing her response. It was reasonable for her to assume John knew what he was doing. I would happily make the attempt. However, there isn't anything but water and earth here. Isn't there? John asked. I didn't draw any of this from inside myself, John commented. So perhaps your first task should be learning to sense less prominent elements. He heard a small noise as Rukai covered her stomach. To take place immediately after lunch. It wasn't good to feed someone on the verge of starvation too much all at once. John simply warned Rukai and let her regulate herself. After all, learning to trust him even in the small things was going to be important if she was to be his disciple. She would never grow strong enough to actually threaten him without his training. Or at least, John found the prospect so unbelievably unlikely as to entirely discount it. And she had to recognize that as well. Not everyone had the opportunity to train with the strongest cultivator on the planet, or one tied for it. He wasn't unfair to his own people, though. Those journeying with him into the endless swamp received their own guidance. For most of them, spending more time with John would actually limit their chances of success. If he tried to mold them to fit his image, it was likely they would break. They were already well enough established that they really only needed small insights they might not have achieved or not realized were important. Rukai was smart enough to listen to John, though he could see her eyeing the plentiful dishes. There will be more food available later in the day, or on the way, once your stomach has settled. Speaking of which, you'll have to train while on the move. Just focus your senses. But Rukai began to protest. I can't possibly keep up with you and do that. John raised an eyebrow. You think you can keep up with any of us, under any circumstances? He shook his head. I would hope your self-assessment is a bit more honest at this point. Then, I'll carry you. She glared at him. I won't let you touch me. John gestured towards a fallen tree, floating the log into the air. It won't be any different from this. I carry people all the time. I'm not going to make someone else drag you along. Our business is just between us. Fine, Rukai said. They had traveled only a day when Renato pulled John aside. Do you want to die? He asked. No, why? John's friend rolled his eyes. That is the sort of thing that is reasonable to assume when someone gives another permission to try to kill them. It might be good for her, John said. Besides, by the time Rukai is strong enough to succeed, I'd hope she wouldn't want to do it anymore. You hope? Renato shook his head. If it were actually likely to come about, I would tell you not to bet on such things. Grudges can be held for an eternity. John understood that. He had some of his own, and even if he'd wanted to let them go, he didn't know if he could. If she comes to know me and still wants to, maybe I deserve it. I can't count on my old friends to honestly judge me. It would be better if you change your mind swiftly. Leave her somewhere she can survive and move on. It would be better for both of you. John trusted his friend enough that he at least had to seriously consider the words. Even so, he wasn't willing to give up after such a short time. His own resolve, foolish as it was, wasn't willing to accept that without even running into any issues. Fire is more vibrant, John said to Rukai, easily excitable. It will try to escape your control, which means it needs guidance much like overly eager water. The girl grimaced. I can't do it. Explain better. I can only show you the flow of my own energy, especially if you won't allow me to direct your energy. He pondered for a moment. Fire overcomes earth and capitulates to water. The former holds the energy to produce fire. The latter can carry power in great quantity. But you don't need to become an expert. If you form the most meager spark and decide that is your limit, we can move on. But I would be disappointed. Rukai just glared at John. It was her main expression where he was concerned. He wondered if her brow got tired. Why would I even care if you were disappointed? Because it would make it far harder to kill me. You don't need to practice a full cycle, but you'd at least have to understand it. Rukai was very suspicious of John and refused to leave his side, even when he went to meet the creeping mud sect. They were the last of the great sects in the endless swamp. He could have simply left her behind, but he decided to give her a chance. You must act with proper decorum, John said. Do you know it? My mother taught me, she said. Good. Then I will allow you to attend negotiations as my disciple. But if you cause trouble, you'll kill me? No, John said. But the blood of any who you provoke to attack us will be on your hands. You're just saying that because you're going to kill them anyway. John shook his head. You may believe what you wish, but there's only one way to find out. Come along. She still didn't appear to be a proper disciple, though he had acquired better clothes for her. A week wasn't enough time to recover from harsh living, and even though the endless swamp was quite large, its name was merely hyperbole. Navigation was more of a difficulty than the distance. John and his retinue approached the sect on foot, at least for the last few kilometers. Rukai was able to keep up with a moderate walking pace, and she could support her own weight when crossing water. She was quite good at it, though she did come from the swamps, so it was a natural movement technique to learn. Her steps were light, even on ground that appeared solid, though she didn't seem to have the senses to make an actual determination of stability. They were met at the gates of the sect by a young woman, yet John could tell she was the strongest of those present. He wondered who had killed the previous sect head. With her age, she couldn't have had her current level of strength for long enough that the sect rose to prominence because of her. "Greetings, great senior," the woman bowed. "My name is Nasreen. The Creeping Mud sect has heard of your desire to negotiate our future relations, and we are willing to engage." "Greetings to you as well," John said. "I am John Miller." It was likely his name actually sounded more exotic, since it didn't directly fit the conventions of the world. "We hope you will negotiate in good faith. If so, I can guarantee your survival." John introduced others around him, including Rukai. "Isn't she a local?" Nasreen asked. "I wouldn't have expected you to choose a disciple from here." John shrugged. It was a spontaneous choice. Rukai nodded in confirmation. It seemed she didn't intend to blow up John's position, though the actual situation might not negatively affect his reputation, since death was expected rather than an exception. For the duration of their stay, nobody tried to kill John. It was quite nice. The Creeping Mud sect got a pretty good deal. Sure, they had to pay a fairly high tax on certain resources they had. On the other hand, they would be getting control of much of their neighbors' positions. After all, they were the one remaining large sect in the endless swamp. It would take a half-dozen others to match them. Of course, many other sects did exist, which was why they wouldn't be in control of the whole region. Not that they could have managed it even with thousands of disciples, unless they liked endlessly patrolling their own vast plots of land to watch for threats. Being a bit more conservative was the best way for them to continue forward. John hoped that their influence would help settle the greater region, though if new sects full of resentful people popped up, they might hate the continents. For all the good it would do them, Rukai often approached John. She had innate confidence sufficient to try to kill him despite her weak cultivation. So while she had been somewhat intimidated during their early relationship as master and disciple, she now boldly asked for whatever she wanted. John wasn't afraid to tell her no, though. He wasn't going to just throw cultivation resources her way and let her bloat with spiritual energy. Then again, he certainly wasn't being neglectful there. "Hey, I made dumplings," she said one day. Indeed, she had several stacked containers full of dumplings. "It's too many for me, so I thought I would share." John smiled. "How kind. I appreciate it. Should I call people over?" She shrugged. "I don't really know that many people." Her eyes locked onto one of the nearest energy signatures. "Though I do have great respect for Senior Renato." He took that as an opportunity to approach, leaping forward. "Does that mean I can have some?" He grinned. Rukai nodded. "Yes, but not too many. I still need to eat." She held out 2 baskets, but she frowned when Renato snatched one from the basket closer to John. John snatched it back. "I had my eyes on that one." He exchanged looks with his friend. They didn't even have to say anything else. Renato grabbed a few as they sat down on nearby logs, the only way to not get soaked garments in the local area. They were on their way out of the endless swamp, but it wasn't going to be instantaneous even if they knew the best route out. John chewed on the dumpling. "How did you build the fire?" John asked. "This isn't a great place for cooking." "I made it myself," she said. Flames flickered over her fingers. "Manual control." "That's great." John grinned. "Glad you took my words under advisement. I told you it's an excellent way to cook. Once I get somewhere I'm familiar with the ingredients, I'll show you what I can do." Rukai nodded slightly. "Sure." John looked her dead in the eye and ate another dumpling. Then he finished off the rest of the basket. She looked around nervously, carefully nibbling on her own. "Do you remember the terms of our agreement?" John asked Rukai. "Of course," she said, sitting up straight. "You provide guidance to me, and I perform my best as a disciple. In exchange, I am allowed to attempt to kill you whenever I please without fear of retaliation." "Correct," John said. "Pay careful attention to the terms." John leaned a bit closer. "Because if you hurt anyone else, don't expect to avoid the consequences." The day wasn't hot enough for anyone to be sweating, and a local cultivator of the water element certainly shouldn't be sweating. But Rukai was. "Don't worry," John said. This one was the poison basket. Whatever she used was kind of bitter, yet also spicy. The proportions kind of threw off the flavor, though. It also wasn't powerful enough that John thought it would have killed him even without advanced body tempering. One of the main ways John observed Rukai these days was eating. They'd barely known each other for a couple weeks, so it wasn't strange that there were new expressions to be found frequently. John couldn't say he'd seen anyone eat with such clear frustration and relief before, though he had seen people stuff their cheeks. Like Ursula and Steve, Renato too, but he was more subtle about it. He tended to take only a little bit at a time, constantly, until there was no food left. He wasn't so greedy that he would take food from a starving girl, though. Rukai had enough left for herself. Chapter 548. Rustling fabric against wooden boards was the first thing that tipped him off. Even so, he didn't make a move right away. John passively took in the actions of the assassin, feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy they produced. As much as possible, he kept his breathing to the same cadence that he might have when asleep. He could sense the cold metal of a sharp knife. Even without any particular spiritual energy connected to it, the fluctuations it caused in the local elements were sufficient for him to pick out. Then again, not many people would be able to do the same. It was a minuscule effect that mainly disturbed background elements, with the overall state of earth and water remaining almost stagnant. The figure crept through the darkness. John could open his eyes and pick out a face, but such a movement would give him away. Instead, he remained relaxed, yet ready to spring into action. Minimal spiritual energy was applied to the assassin's movements, the fluctuations deemed riskier than a slow approach. With only a few small steps remaining, it was the right call. Too much reliance on spiritual energy could make people sloppy. A silent arm reached out. A small intake of breath. Steel touched his throat, then sliced. The surge of spiritual energy was a bit slow, but the knife wouldn't cut his flesh without it. A necessary action, even if John could easily match it. Did I do it? A small voice asked. Boo. Act. Rukai jumped so high she hit her head on the low ceiling of the hut John was staying in. You need to study principles of the darkness element if you want to do better than that, John commented, sitting up. Also, you need to be able to see in darkness to pull something like this off, especially if the floorboards are uneven. The girl frowned. It's not normal to perform so many body tempering adjustments. John tilted his head, exaggerating the motion so she could hopefully see it in the darkness. Do you want to be normal? Or do you want to become strong enough to kill me? He didn't actually intend to provoke her. That was why he didn't mention Rukai's mother. It wasn't as if such trauma would disappear over the course of a month, unlike other things. For example, Rukai's health had been restored rather quickly. Sufficient food and proper usage of spiritual energy would do that. Soon enough her weight would be back to normal. Her hair was still off in a tangled mess, with the excuse that she didn't need to spend time on silly things like hygiene when she could be training. Maybe John would have to teach her to do such things as training. Dealing with hair involved fine manipulation, so it certainly could be. Rukai was a good student for the most part. After all, she was highly motivated to train and become stronger. She didn't like to admit her flaws, but she had little choice but to show weakness when compared to John. More than a century of training was a massive gap between the two of them. It was the sort of thing that could be demoralizing if one thought about it too much. So John avoided bringing it up when unnecessary. It didn't really matter whether he had personally killed Rukai's mother. In fact, it probably didn't matter if she was actually a good person. What mattered was that she was important to Rukai. The same was true of everyone else John had killed, most likely. It was a rare individual that didn't have a strong connection with somebody. Even the most isolated cultivator had friends, though not always the sort that would stand with them beyond the point of convenience. Either way, family was something you were born with even if many lost it far too early. Family formed a connection that couldn't be denied no matter how much people might want to. If John were to judge his current actions, wouldn't it be appropriate to train everyone to give them a chance to kill them? Was it hypocritical to kill pretty much everyone else that attacked him? Maybe, but there was a stark difference with developed adults who knew better and had been warned. Even if Rukai was able to cultivate, and cultivate well, her brain hadn't finished developing. Adults could still grow mentally, of course, but there was at least a general threshold that people were striving for. Besides, there weren't that many people with sufficient determination. It wasn't just that Rukai was weak enough, she would likely never be a threat. Besides, John could foresee a future where his strength waned while hers continued to grow stronger. Was it a real possibility? He had no idea. Judging her capability to reach the exalted soul phase before she was even 20 years old was a bit much, especially since he barely had any examples to go from. Finally, they were out of the endless swamp. They could have actually left some time earlier, but John had kept the pace of travel somewhat slower for the sake of Rukai. The official reason was to visit more minor sects along the way, but he had wanted to get her as much training time in familiar elements as possible. It wouldn't change the overall pace of the journey regardless. An extra week or two wasn't relevant when the whole project was going to take years, and that was a somewhat optimistic projection. While it shouldn't take long to negotiate with any individual group or region, some people got bogged down in the minutiae. Personally, John was inclined to give such people less favorable terms, and with the aid of Viriato, he frequently accomplished what he wanted while they still thought they got the upper hand. Rukai was quiet as they boarded the ship. "What is it?" John asked. It was reasonable for her to feel some trepidation at leaving behind her homeland for the first time. Of course, she had been far away from her original home for most of the journey, but still in a familiar area. Now, she was somewhere new. "I've never seen the ocean before," Rukai commented. "It's blue." John nodded. "So it is." It wasn't a profound statement, but accurate nonetheless. "I can see so far," she said, "without being in the sky." "No trees in the way," John agreed. There were a few lakes of sorts in the endless swamp, but none they passed had been large enough to stretch out to the horizon without something visible beyond it. "I think the sea is beautiful." It wasn't long before John heard a horrible heaving sound. Not long into the trip, Rukai had begun showing visible signs of queasiness, and now, "I hate the ocean," she said during one of her few moments of stability. "I think it's out to kill me." John hadn't seen a cultivator get seasick in a long time. Personally, he'd never had the issue, even in the most extreme cases like aboard the wave cutter. That ship had been designed to accept the force of the waves and was not a steady ride at all. It had never quite flipped over, but it certainly got close to horizontal on many occasions. All that had been in stormy waters. Here, they barely had much in the way of waves. The ship was traveling at a decent pace, but the swaying of the ship was pretty minimal overall. John gave Rukai a pat on the back. It might annoy her more than comfort her, but he had to try. He didn't actually know what proper advice was for people who got seasick, since he hadn't had to deal with it. "Still, pay attention to what is happening in your body," John said, "especially in your head." "Ugh, can't you just toss me overboard?" she asked. "Pull me behind with a rope." "Ooh," John said. "Wakeboarding," he tilted his head. "That sounds kind of fun." It kind of was, but John could move so much on his own that the speed was mostly irrelevant. It wasn't as good of a rush as flying could be. Still, it was different, so that was something. It seemed that people who couldn't fly on their own found it interesting. Renato looked at the board John had constructed. Basically just a way to latch shoes onto a surface. "So you're saying that you don't even have to use spiritual energy to avoid sinking?" "There's no way that's enough material to float, though." John pondered for a moment. "Haven't you ever hit water while going very fast? It's closer to solid ground. In this case, you wouldn't be dropping into it, but pulled into it. Don't worry, this ship is fast enough that it should work for you, at least without your armor." They didn't exactly have ropes that were strong enough to hold that sort of tension anyway. It wasn't something they really needed on a voyage, as the standard ropes were more than sufficient to hold together. So unless they took some important part of the rigging out, they didn't have anything that could hold the hundreds of kilos necessary for Renato and armor. Adding his club would be another step worse, though he didn't need either when out on the water. Eventually, he took his own turn. Renato certainly found it amusing, and he didn't have the sorts of elements where he would have experienced similar motion, so he seemed to enjoy it more than John. However, he was still an ascending soul phase cultivator used to extreme activities. It was difficult to be that excited, even being dragged behind a very fast ship and doing flips. Rukai, however, was generally lacking in such intense experiences. After seeing at least some form of entertainment on the faces of John, Renato, and a few others, she was looking on curiously. When she wasn't heaving over the side of the ship, "The motion will be different," John said. Clearly, she wasn't having success with managing her condition even on the second day. "You should try it." She just frowned. "I'm not here to play around. It's not like it will make me any stronger." "Oh yeah?" John asked. "You think you can hold onto that rope with your puny hands? Protect your legs from the shock of impacting the water after flipping 10 meters into the air? If you can, how long can you do it?" "Humph, something like that. I can do forever." "Prove it." Most of the others had been responsible for all of the effort of letting themselves out slowly, but John subtly helped bridge the gap for Rukai. Unlike a speedboat, it wasn't exactly convenient for their sailing ship to start and stop. It was capable of doing so, but they had a journey to complete. A little bit of curving back and forth was one thing, but spending hours of their day resting and then accelerating was a bit much. John already had a reputation as an eccentric, but he would prefer not to be seen as frivolous as well. Obviously, people already thought him strange for training a kid that wanted to kill him, but that was just a sort of fearless confidence that was befitting of a leader. Maybe, once Rukai was in place, arms outstretched and her spiritual energy fortifying her grip and legs, John let her be in total control. She had martial training, so her balance was excellent. She even controlled some of the water beneath her when she was faltering. Because the ship didn't make interesting wave patterns all on its own, it was up to her to find most of her own excitement by stimulating her own motion to either side. In the name of training, John increased some of the turbulence behind the ship. It would be more fun for her if she allowed herself to feel anything but tension. All she had was a look of determination, but at least she didn't look sick. It was amazing how a slightly different sense of control could affect things. John did see a few flashes of a grin every once in a while before she stoically returned her face to a neutral expression. He was glad about that, though he did think her stubbornness was a bit much, both in that regard and in her unwillingness to give up. She had said she could do it forever, and she meant to try. As if that even made sense. John was going to cut her off when it grew dark, but she ran out of spiritual energy long before that. Her grip faltered as her still-strengthening muscles couldn't handle the pressure alone. Determining the appropriate level of wipeout John should allow was difficult. Rukai needed to suffer the consequences of her own stubbornness. But he obviously wasn't going to let her die or leave her behind. So he dove in when she began to sink. Unable to swim as she was used to because of her fatigue and her connection to the improvised board. Being saved by John might be just the consequences she needed. And he could give her an important reminder. Rest is part of training, you know, John said. No matter how well you draw in spiritual energy from around you, you can't act forever. Fatigue builds up in the mind and body. She probably only half heard him in her state, but John wasn't expecting any sort of sudden jumps in progress from her. As long as he could help her work on herself a little bit at a time, he would be content. After all, he'd already committed to what he was doing and would much prefer to see it though. However it turned out. But that was a long time down the road, even if she happened to eventually forgive his existence. Chapter 549. There was a limit to how fast Rukai could grow in spiritual energy, so her attempts to kill John were fairly predictable. She didn't have many options. Overpowering him was beyond impossible, so she had to successfully ambush him or otherwise kill him via subterfuge. Her stealth skills were developing decently, though John didn't think she would be particularly effective until she completed an allied cycle. That was the current direction her cultivation was trending, adding darkness to earth and water. She was still a decent bit away from actually reaching the soul expansion phase, so they would have plenty of time to discuss that. The other method of subterfuge was attempts to poison him. However, most of the attempts were painfully obvious. For one thing, if John was properly paying attention, he could follow her movements at all times and know precisely what she was doing. It wasn't really fair, but John wasn't going to let her kill him. That wouldn't be a good result for either of them. Thus, he had to take her seriously. This time was a bit disappointing. Seeming to be disappointed about the quality of poisons available, she had gone for quantity. For Rukai to not poison herself and potentially others, she had to make something with individual servings. Steamed buns were a popular one, but this time she was actually doing soup. Some poisons would break down with sustained heat, but she avoided that by putting the poison in the bottom of the bowl. Then she had handed that one to John. When he got seconds, she poured more out of the vial hidden in her sleeve. She was certainly putting in every effort while taking advantage of his permission to try to kill him. John thought she might have actually acquired enough poison to kill him, but there was one problem. He wasn't going to eat that much. First, it would be stupid to keep eating poison forever, but barring that, his stomach simply couldn't fit that much soup. After 4 bowls, John was full. That was tasty, he said. He meant it, too. Rukai did. Try to pay attention to the flavor profile of any poisons she had. If they tasted foul, it would be too obvious. Of course, John could tell when his enhanced body was working to eliminate poisons, and he knew about them beforehand, but it was a decent effort. Do you want more? Rukai asked. There is plenty. I'm truly stuffed, he said. Her look of disappointment only flashed for a moment, but it was fairly obvious. She wasn't inherently deceptive, and she was still young. It would be stranger if John didn't notice something. John didn't want Rukai to kill him, despite Renato's implications. What he wanted was for her to forgive him, somehow. Without actually remembering who she was, there wasn't a way to convince Rukai that he hadn't killed her mother, nor would giving her another target accomplish his goal. He wanted forgiveness, to be judged by someone on the other side of the war and pronounced as righteous. He didn't even know if that was possible. After all, he himself didn't believe he was perfect in his actions. He could have killed fewer people, even if it came at a cost. He simply wasn't willing to pay it. John wanted to show Rukai his good side, and he did it as much as possible. They had successfully completed negotiations with a number of sects now. Even if the overall terms were backed by the threat of force, they could be considered generous given that the twin continents had the upper hand. They still had 2 exalted soul phase cultivators, and they had grown stronger. The remains of the sovereign primacy didn't have anyone who could stand up to them at the moment. Indeed, it might be more expedient for John and Aldera to eliminate their strongest foes than to try to negotiate with each sect. Unfortunately, the results there wouldn't create the sort of world John wanted to continue to live in. His children were strong enough to fend for themselves. His grandchildren too. But he wanted following generations to not have to worry about being strong. Not merely for the sake of battle. There were other benefits to growing in cultivation, and being able to explore spiritual energy from more peaceful angles should only be beneficial to the world as a whole. That was what John wanted. But sometimes he had to fight. Trying to hide that from Rukai would be far too obvious. If he forbade her to observe battles, no doubt her imagination would make things far worse than it was. It wasn't possible for John to perfectly predict when battle would happen anyway. He had been hoping that the Mirrored Sun sect would be willing to negotiate, but he had to enter their shockingly bright valley to find out. John had no idea if the area came about through some sort of supernatural process or if it was crafted by previous generations of the sect. Either way, the Mirrored Sun Valley was pretty straightforward. It was a wide bowl with a mirrored surface, quite likely melted into shape. In the center was the sect itself, with all the light of the sun focused on a point above the main sect, creating intense heat. Even as they barely stepped into the area, Rukai was sweating profusely. The temperatures in the endless swamp could get quite unpleasant and muggy, but never truly hot, barely around human body temperature. Merely the entrance of the valley was already hotter than most of the green sands, surpassing any temperature Earth ever experienced. Send your excess heat beneath the surface, John advised Rukai. Use both earth and water elements. John's disciple and future killer listened seriously to his words. Won't my earth element incinerate? John raised an eyebrow. Do you think the ground is hot? How could it not be? Rukai asked. The amount of fire element in this valley is... She drifted off as she actually explored the surface with her senses. It wasn't cool. But since the mirrored surface very specifically reflected heat and light, it was relatively tame. Sufficient for her to reach beneath it to the truly cool ground beneath, siphoning away the heat affecting her. How strange. There are many oddities in this world, John said. Light and heat act very similarly in some ways, John explained. Actual lessons on thermodynamics and waves would be later if they seemed necessary. Besides, spiritual energy was only partially beholden to the laws of physics. Here, it is all focused somewhere else. Make sure to be efficient with your usage, because we will be approaching even greater heat. Rukai nodded. I will properly protect myself. John's disciple was squinting, to the point that in a few steps she might just completely squeeze her eyes closed. Did you know that it is possible to temper your eyes to reduce glare? John commented. So far she hadn't shown any interest in advanced body tempering methods, but if he was going to honestly raise her to be as strong as possible, she needed some. And it's even possible to improve your body's self-regulation of heat. No way, Rukai said, half covering her face with her forearm. You're just making those things up. I've done both of them. It was far too late for her to practice either for this place, as even a fast Change to the body took weeks to show any results, but she might see the benefits in looking ahead to some other region. Soon enough, they reached the core of the sect, where they had their main walls and buildings. Nobody had come to greet them yet, but people were waiting there. John was pleased to be greeted by a woman of significant strength, an old woman at the late ascending soul phase, presumably the sect head. "We have received news of your coming," she said. "I am Etane, sect head of the Mirrored Sun sect. John Miller, sect head of the Six Elements Crossroads and leader of the Continental Alliance." Formality was pleasant, but sadly politeness wasn't enough. "Please, join me." Etane gestured further into the sect. She didn't comment on any of John's companions. Renato wasn't present at the moment, instead taking responsibility for the ship, while those with more suited elements supported John. Etane didn't even question Rukai's presence, with her phase far below all the rest. Perhaps that should have been one of the signs. They moved towards the core of the sect, heat radiating from the surrounding buildings. They weren't mirrored like the valley itself, but they absorbed great quantities of heat from what was essentially a miniature sun focused above the sect. It was quite clever. John was having more and more difficulty believing it was entirely natural. Specific curvature was required to have a single focal point, among other things. Still, weirder things had happened. The lack of conversation along the way was another sign. Stirring spiritual energy wasn't unusual, because even fire element cultivators could overheat. Like Steve, memories of one of his best friends put John in a foul mood even before they reached the core of the sect. He wasn't in a charitable mood when Etane made her move. "I heard that the triptych fell by your hands, among others," Etane said. She didn't give John a chance to respond. "But that was in territory of your own choosing. Here, you will be subject to my domain." Etane wasn't a complete fool. She was already gathering her energy to attack before she spoke the second sentence. John could still feel the changes within her and those gathering around them, though too much of the sect was focused on them. Attempting to spy on their conversations would be one thing. This was an important moment after all, but moving in a loose formation was something else entirely. An intense wave of heat suddenly bore down on John. He could handle the power of a late ascending soul phase cultivator just fine, but with the rest of the sect involved, he needed his allies to help break things up. Taurai immediately moved to split apart their foes, disrupting the flow of energy between sect mates. Viriato was somewhat lesser in cultivation, so he could only shield himself. Cultivators from the Viridia wildlands created a watery barrier around them. Various disciples of the Six Elements Crossroads simply allowed John to direct their spiritual energy. Even as a surprise attack, John could have countered with great force. No, he could have instantly killed Etane if he focused on it. And in other circumstances, he would have. She would be dead, but John had to defend Rukai. Even though she was not a direct target, her strength was too irrelevant to the battle. She still would have been incinerated by the field of heat that was bearing down on them all. After he created a wall of dark ice to block Rukai, Etane grinned. "Oh, is that a fondness for your apprentice I sense? Feel free to risk your neck. Or you could just let her die." The diffuse energy was concentrated further. With the aid of the various sect members, Etane was channeling vast quantities of fire element from the solar orb not far from their location. She concentrated that energy, her eyes focused on Rukai. John could have solved two problems at once. He had promised not to harm Rukai, but he hadn't, really, promised to save her. And even with all the power she was wielding, Etane was at best a poor reflection of an exalted soul phase cultivator. With her abilities focused on offense, John could take her down. But he'd already saved Rukai on instinct, and he didn't want to be the sort that, consciously, let a child die under his care. It didn't matter that she wanted to kill him. Etane's eyes weren't focused on John, so she didn't see him look directly into hers. And then she couldn't see at all, because everything went dark for everyone in the valley. Chapter 550. The complete absence of light lasted only for a few moments. It seemed as if the sun could no longer reach Mirrored Sun Valley. Even the spiritual energy that had been under the control of Etane seemed to have disappeared, but it didn't last. The light first became visible from a single angle, though the one who could see it most likely didn't process its presence. It came all at once, the external power burning through the sect head's spiritual energy and disintegrating her. Then others, consecutively, yet all at once, were the focus of the beam. The power of their own sect turned against them, though they should have been in control. When everything was over, John stood tall and proud. A few of the weaker foes, the soul expansion phase and beneath, remained standing, though only for a few moments. He turned, his eyes settling on Rukai, who had been at risk moments before. He had now displayed his true destructive potential in front of her. Perhaps she was thinking that might be how her mother died. She was certainly afraid, but of who? It should be Etane, but it could also be John. It wasn't unreasonable for it to be both. No, John thought it to be the most reasonable thing in the world. After all, he was afraid of himself sometimes. That was why he wanted someone to judge him. John didn't want to draw too close, but, "Are you all right?" He couldn't help but express concern for his disciple, and potentially future killer. Rukai blinked a few times, then covered her eyes with her forearm. "You'll need to teach me how to do that, I think." John smiled slightly. "It will take a bit. First, you need to control light element." Rukai frowned. "Doesn't that mean I have to reach the exalted soul phase?" John shook his head. She should be able to feel the exaggerated motion with her spiritual energy, even if she couldn't see at the moment. No, you should be able to control any form of spiritual energy far before then. Actually, with your current control of darkness, you're not far off. It will be a bit more difficult, though, so you might want to try some other advanced body tempering first. Like what? Diamond body is good, John commented. My daughter was a big fan. She even stole the materials from me so she could do it. Your daughter? She's the Eclipse Terror? Rukai asked. John shrugged. That sounds more like Melanthina. Ursula's my other daughter, an earth cultivator. Rukai turned her head towards Renato. The Steel Apocalypse? That certainly sounds like something people might call her. I think she shared the same style as Elder Renato, so it must be, Rukai commented. Her senses roamed around, seemingly unable to believe the battle was over. Is that everything? The rest of these people were smart enough not to attack us, John commented. Though now I have to find someone to talk to. He simply grabbed the current strongest, an older woman who was only in the consolidated soul phase. During the current surge in cultivation, it didn't seem that impressive. You're the temporary leader, John declared. Then he pulled out a prepared scroll. Here are the basic terms. Make sure to follow them. Of course, he would have to stay and make sure they actually understood what was expected. Viriato would want to see if they had anything they wanted to trade for as well. Rukai was quiet during the following days. Contemplative. John continued her lessons, but she didn't ask many questions even when she should have. He took his own notes to remind her later. After about a week, when they were moving through a far more comfortable light element region, Rukai made some bread to share. Her cooking options were quite limited by available local ingredients and her own knowledge. It seemed bread was new to her because it wasn't very good. But John wouldn't say that. Did you forget the poison? He teased. They don't even have any here, Rukai said. This place is boring. But it does have a lot of light element to practice with, John said. It will be good for your eyes later. But first, I have to eat more rocks. John grinned. Diamond defense won't train itself. Actually, she was the one who decided she had to eat the materials John provided. Realistically, she just needed to break them down with her spiritual energy, which she should be able to do with the required materials held in her palms. But John was fairly certain her method wouldn't hurt, and it was funny. John observed the area in front of him, full of swirling black flames. How does this area even function? He asked. Poorly, it seems, Renato commented. It's only one step more stable than the Annihilation Strip, and nobody sensible trains there. I'll let Nick know what you think of him, John commented. You've spent more time there. John shrugged. Air, fire, and darkness elements. Not an allied cycle, or even a core cycle. An uneven trio of elements. Kalnin could have learned much from this region. He was unbalanced in a less effective way. The region was known as the Black Flame Basin. It was a near-constant whirlwind of chaos. John had to admit it was a bit weak, though. All of the spiritual energy was being used to sustain the unique features. So while it was dangerous, it didn't have much spiritual energy left that most people could absorb. The place was nearly lifeless, but not quite. It was kind of pretty in a way, like deserts could be, in the right circumstances. Not somewhere he would want to live, but John was probably one of the people best suited to do so if it for some reason became necessary. He turned to his friend. Do you think I'm a fool, Dash? Yes, Renato answered immediately. Harsh. That's what friends are for. It sounded like you had specific questions, though. John nodded. Yes. Do you think I'm a fool for choosing a single individual over everyone else? Depends on who you mean. But if it's Rukai, Renato shrugged. Maybe you just wanted to be a dad again, but in a way that wouldn't result in annoying succession issues. I'm trying to go for the esteemed master vibe, John commented. You shouldn't spoil her then. I don't. John protested. I've seen you gathering ingredients for burgers. It's my best dish, John said. And you like to eat them too. It's annoying how hard it is to get the right components, though. They don't work with just any meat, cheese, and vegetables. Don't forget sauces. Exactly, John said. Then he pondered. Should I act like a father? It's a bit awkward, considering. Statistically, someone else probably killed Rukai's mother. Depends on how you look at it. John tilted his head. I likely have the highest kill count in our alliance. Renato nodded. I'm glad you're not the type that actually keeps track. That's never good. It's for psychos and people who are too burdened by what they've done. I am letting her try to kill me, John said. I can't say I'm too far off from the latter. Well, speaking reasonably about it helps me believe you're doing all right, Renato said. You'll just have to take my word that you'll be fine. Mostly fine. You should probably just tell her when you can sense the poison and just not eat it. But then she'll learn, John said. If I just eat it, it keeps her guessing. Renato snorted. Yeah, I guess so. Isn't it still unpleasant? When I think of it as training, not really, John said. I give my body enough time to recover. If a real situation comes along, I'll be more prepared. Good, I guess. Renato paused for a few moments. Have you thought about what you'll do if she actually hurts someone else? John watched the black flames twirl through the basin below. I really don't like to, but I also believe she won't. She's a good kid. If she actually thought she might kill me, I'm not sure she'd do anything. Don't bet your life on it. Even if the chance is small, you're worth too much, Renato said. If you die now, the world will break. No pressure, huh? Pressure is good for you, Renato said. It will turn useless coal into diamonds. But seriously, you are important, so you need to hold it together. This doesn't really count, Rukai, because it will be a century or two before she really has a chance. If ever. I think she's pretty talented, John commented. And I'd like to think I'm a decent teacher. Well, to catch you, she'll need to be a genius with the world's best teacher. Maybe I can get a mug, John said. Then he had to explain why that was funny. Long after their departure from Mirrored Sun Valley, Rukai came to speak with John about the topic. At some point, he'd asked her some questions about the battle, though he'd let her take time to think. Some were simple, about the techniques the sect used. External energy gathering seems powerful, Rukai commented. But risky. As you showed, it can be taken over and used against you. Yes, John agreed. Though I'm probably one of the few exceptions. Rukai shook her head. Any decent fire or light cultivator could have caused them great trouble, I think. Some of those around us were using the power of that artificial sun as well. John nodded. To some extent. Now then, the next question. You remember? Yes. Did their methods seem justified? She paused. Putting aside personal grievances, I think taking any advantage necessary given the difference in strength was required. Attacking without warning and forcing you to protect weaker targets were both tactically sound. A well-thought-out position, John said. But that presumes that we were destined to battle. We weren't, John said. And Etain overestimated her own strength, losing everything for it. In that place, she was likely stronger than most ascending soul phase cultivators in combat, but that still put her beneath an exalted soul phase cultivator. Even when forced to inefficiently defend Rukai, John was still superior. After all, he'd grown yet stronger after the defeat of the triptych. Even if he couldn't see any future foe requiring such strength, John would continue to grow. Maybe he could use his power for something better than battle at some point. That would be nice. Did my mother overestimate herself? She was likely left without any good choices, John commented. The triptych merely saw the rest of the world as enemies, meant to be conquered. They didn't seem to think about why they would do it. Those who followed them shared in their loss. The reason was power, obviously. But when the end came, would they have turned on each other? How soon? John also wondered if Aldera might turn against him. He hadn't been very good to her in her new life. He didn't find that possibility to be one worth considering, though. Even if she only had remnants of love from a former life, practicality would temper her actions. And while ruling an entire planet might seem more enticing than merely half a planet, she wouldn't be lacking anything if she restrained herself. If John didn't have friends, maybe he would be paranoid enough to need to seize complete control of everything. But he did have friends, family, disciples, including one that wanted to kill him. Everything a person could need, though not quite everything he might want. But what John wanted he couldn't have. Mateo was dead, even if Eldera lived. Likewise, so were Astrid and others he once knew and loved. Steve and Justina were the latest, but Kuzuma Mulyani, John's grandfather and other family, and everyone he knew from Earth, all were gone. People died, including Rukai's mother. Presumably, other family she wasn't as attached to as well. John hoped that maybe he could make such deaths happen a little bit less often, though at present he was mostly just picking who died. Even if people attacked him first, if he never approached their region, they wouldn't have the chance. Fools brave enough to come to him in his own territory were already long dead. Chapter 551. Throughout the course of time, John and his company continued to approach various regional powers, with varying results. Sometimes there was peace. A vaguely positive reception was an extreme rarity, because nobody wanted to replace their old conquerors with new. Even if their control was less burdensome, the effects wouldn't be clear for some time. That said, there were a very few areas that seemed to sigh with relief, having been among those most forcibly conquered by the triptych. The Talenia floodplains were teeming with rivers, full of life and vibrant spiritual energy, but they barely had the cultivators to show for it. In many cases, seafaring vessels couldn't navigate river passages either because their draft was too deep or because they were too long to take tighter twists and turns. However, that depended on how far away from the coast one navigated, and of course on the actual river. Even ignoring the special capabilities of cultivators, some rivers were simply exceptionally large. Rare was a vessel that wouldn't be able to sail into something akin to the size of the Mississippi, or any of the other great rivers of Earth. John hadn't seen any of them in person, but once he got to a few hundred meters, you could traverse quite a long section of river. In the current region, they could travel for days, even up seemingly random tributaries, bringing themselves within a short distance of all the most notable groups before they had to disembark, if for some reason their ship couldn't simply reach their local docks. John had to admit that despite his long experience in the Shimmering Islands, even navigating a wide river had different challenges to it. Fortunately, all such challenges could be overcome by a significant application of spiritual energy. There were tricks to moving against a constant current, but John already learned those at the time he had swum up a waterfall with Mateo. It was where sudden changes hit that a ship was most at risk, quite different from simply running into a massive wave. If necessary, though, John or a number of the others could have lifted the whole ship out of the river, and it wasn't so flimsy that it would fall apart from a few scrapes and bumps. They did have to avoid the teeth of chewing beasts, though. They could wear down the enchantments eventually, and then they'd have to get actual repairs. That was a more difficult process for properly enchanted materials, if they were beyond what they could recover on their own. Rukai was usually left with the job of killing the beasts. She was low enough in cultivation that it was an actual challenge for her in some cases, but she was quite at home in the water, so she wasn't at a disadvantage. With her current growth, she might soon reach the soul expansion phase, in which case few creatures in the Talenia floodplains could match her, but that wasn't the normal state of things. John heard rumors from the locals that they had once had great beasts equivalent to the ascending soul phase roaming their rivers. A few were dangerous to the locals, but the rest were treated akin to shared guardians. The triptych had removed them all indiscriminately when the region resisted their rule, as well as most of their stronger cultivators. It was likely that the beasts would surge in strength before cultivators could properly match them, but the locals were aware of that and had their own plans. John would just have to trust them, because unless they made official requests for long-term aid, he had no intention to leave anyone behind. They were quite far from secure territory, regardless of the path of official treaties they had behind them. Looking back, John decided things could have been going worse. After all, he was perhaps a quarter done with his cut of the globe. It had been well over a year, but the initial phase should take less than a decade, even with some complications. It wouldn't be likely to result in world peace right away, but it would be the first step. If nothing else, John expected people to bide their time and build their forces before they made their own bids for power. They might expect him to ignore local takeovers, and John had to admit that was a distinct possibility. Rukai spent a lot of time looking over the side of the ship. Then again, there wasn't exactly anywhere else to look. John's teachings didn't come in convenient scrolls, though he happily gave her any technique manuals that she expressed interest in, plus advice on whether or not it was actually wise to practice them at the moment. She only had so much time and energy to devote to things. She needed to keep up with her main cultivation growth and advanced body tempering. Trying to learn every single technique would be a waste, especially since solidified techniques were only necessary below a certain level. John personally preferred the flexibility he had to do anything he could imagine, though achieving that level of flexibility shouldn't be expected of anyone in an early cultivation phase. "How do you like it here?" John asked. "It's lacking earth, but the waters are pure." Rukai turned at the sound of his voice. "That's the weird part. I'm used to waters being dark and murky, like home or the deep sea." John shrugged. "I suppose so. Still, it's nice, isn't it? Easy to spot dangers," she commented. "But the water isn't really pure, is it?" Rukai asked. "You wouldn't drink it, would you?" "I could," John said. "But no, it's probably better not to. Too many things live in it. Small traces of less pleasant things will remain, even with various plants and animals helping purify it. Overall, though, I think this area is pretty close. If you want pure water, you can practice separating it yourself." John held out a hand, pulling up a glob of water. Bam! 100% pure water. Rukai leaned close to it, peering through. "How would I tell?" "Well, if you see anything else, you'll know it's not." 100% was a bit much. John was good, but he couldn't say he didn't grab a few molecules he didn't intend to. His normal vision of water wasn't pure to begin with. His totems connected to living water with everything in it. Even so, filtering out microbes was easy enough. Once particulate matter got below a certain size, John wouldn't be able to do much, though. Still, John suspected he was close to the highest purity water ever achieved on Earth, which was to say extremely boring but useful. Yet beyond a certain purity, it also lost some of the properties commonly associated with water. Rukai responded noncommittally. "I have plenty of training to do. Actually, I was hoping I might take a break in the next settlement." "Sure," John said. "Don't do anything stupid." Though John hoped she would take some time to interact with children her own age, or at least early cultivation disciples that would generally be a few years older, she rarely did. It was a difficult issue, because John wasn't going to pick up a whole group of youths to try to make Rukai more well-adjusted, partially since it would likely just make things harder for all of them. But she really did need something normal, whatever that was in a world with cultivators. There was a problem with people, which was that quite frequently, even if they knew what was wise, they wouldn't do it. Certainly, some people tended towards wisdom more often than not, but nobody was inerrant. Young people both were less well-informed and had less experience regarding everything. But even so, they could frequently explain why what they did was wrong. When they did it, or before, it didn't stop them. Then again, it didn't stop old geezers from blowing up cities either. Some people just decided they knew better. The point was, Rukai more or less immediately did something stupid. Maybe it was John's fault. He could have listened to Renato's advice and tried to discourage her from attempting poison somehow. On the other hand, he really enjoyed seeing her miffed reaction when he ate something and smiled. She also hadn't broken the rules about harming others, which did sometimes make it quite obvious even without his senses. Rukai was very careful to make sure nobody else would consume anything poisoned except John. That involved a lot of carefully guarding individual parts of dishes when she made her food available to more than just one or two. Occasionally, she cooked for their whole company, though more often just for a dozen or so people she had come to know the best throughout their time together. This time, she was buying some poison from shady dealers. There were quite a lot of legitimate uses for poisons in a cultivator's life. While some might call it cowardly to defeat wild beasts with poison, they weren't usually the ones that needed to defend their family or lands. Obviously, there were other reasons not to use poison. If hunting, you had to have a type that would break down in cooking or some other way to avoid exposure. Certain poisons could have negligible impact on other materials like furs or bone, but others would ruin them. Shady poison dealers were more for poisons meant for cultivators. John was a cultivator, so that was all normal up to that point. He just wished that Rukai had realized how much the dealers were hiding their cultivation. Their technique was decent, but they weren't expecting to try to fool him. So they had a few flaws that revealed one early ascending soul phase cultivator, wildly outside of the current state of the region. They were water cultivators, but the rivers they frequented should be 1,000 kilometers away. "Boil this one as a tea," said the woman leading the small group. "It has a pleasant aroma, but it will numb the senses. Enough to conceal the taste of this secondary poison, filled with sufficient potency to bring down even the largest forest predator." Personally, John thought that should have been enough to give things away. Were there local forests? Absolutely. A region with so much water wouldn't be without, but other flora tended to dominate in many places. But of course, Rukai wasn't focused on those details at the time. How strong? Rukai asked. Would it affect something with a body equivalent to the late soul expansion phase? The woman stroked her chin. It might suffice. Certainly, such a creature would be weakened. John had some doubts, not about the potency of the poison, but because dose was particularly important, and nobody even asked about that. Rukai knew how much she would need, which was only a small amount of any one thing. However, for a particularly fierce forest predator, she might need kilograms to make them feel anything, unless the poison was that extreme. Certainly, there were a few that existed. John didn't believe he was familiar with what was on offer, though he was keeping his observation mostly passive at the moment to avoid tipping off the woman. It would be troublesome if she tried to move against Rukai. "I'll need a few doses," Rukai commented. The next flaw was when negotiating for her price. She had some money to spend on her own desires. John provided all necessary cultivation resources, but sometimes she wanted something extra or things for relaxation. Materials for food didn't cost anything relevant by cultivator standards, but she did. By poisons. This one was too cheap if it was supposed to kill him. Then again, if it was supposed to kill him, then they were lying about the potency or mistaken about his capabilities. Similarly, they probably didn't care about the price. The deal concluded with Rukai walking away with 2 small leather pouches. One full of dried leaves, another a powder. John kept track of the situation for a few days before Rukai finally decided to try something with her new acquisitions. "Is that too much?" she muttered as she measured out some of the tea leaves. "I don't want to," she trailed off, leaving John to speculate at the rest. Then she looked stubbornly at the food she had just finished preparing. "Does tea make sense with this? Master always says that the drink doesn't matter, but it feels like he has something in mind." Rukai had just created some version of a cheeseburger. Obviously, the locals didn't have perfectly sized buns, but she was able to improvise. It wasn't about being exact. Anyway, it was about the spirit of the project. It might be closer to a hot ground meat sandwich with cheese than the real deal, but the world didn't have perfect access to ingredients everywhere, so it would have to do. Despite her efforts, Rukai would never figure out the perfect drink to pair with a cheeseburger. John didn't plan to invent soda. He didn't need to be responsible for such a health hazard. His desire for sodas was only nostalgia at this point anyway. Rukai carefully lifted one bun. The cheese had already begun to melt and was sticking. She tried to measure powder with her other hand, but the tiny measuring spoon she was using caught on the edge of the pouch. That wasn't something that would happen. Cultivators could be clumsy, but focused cultivators? She was lucky John was watching, because some of the powder drifted towards her, small invisible particles. No, John could barely detect them with his spiritual energy. He wouldn't have noticed them at all if he hadn't been familiar with similar things. He couldn't tell if this was actually a similar poison to what he had encountered before, but at least some properties stuck. John was in the ship's kitchens within the second. He tried to blow away the powder directly with spiritual energy, but it reacted strangely. In a snap decision, he simply grabbed Rukai around the waist and dashed out of the room, shutting the door behind him as he tried to cushion the pouch falling to the floor. "Wah!" Rukai tilted her head. "Oh, Master John, I was just cooking." Then she twitched, muscles spasming up her arm and her jaw clenching. Her eyes were full of panic, but she couldn't speak. "Everyone," John called. "Disembark vessel immediately." Rukai didn't get a choice about him inspecting her hand and arm, though she was more than a little bit numb. No, the boil on the tea leaves had barely started, and she was close enough to being fully incapacitated. As John dunked Rukai into the river just to wash away any particles he could, he tried to figure out what was happening in her arm and on the ship. He decided that flash freezing the galley would have to do. That was the best way to contain it, and he really filled the room floor to ceiling with ice, pumping in purish river water to make sure there was a permanent material. Most likely, he hadn't been the only target. Or rather, perhaps the assassins believed the best way to take him out was to bring down the entire ship with him. They wouldn't be wrong. Whatever they had, the potency had been far understated. Perhaps a combined reaction of the two poisons, but either one might have been sufficient. If he'd been in the room as Rukai was preparing, breathing in just a little, would he be thinking clearly now? He did have advanced body tempering, but that could only go so far. Rukai only inhaled a tiny bit of steam and barely had a few grains of the second poison touch her skin. Yet currently, her body couldn't move and her spiritual energy wasn't doing much to fight back, which was why John was trying to figure out how to respond. For her, so much seemed to be happening at once, but it had only been a few seconds. Chapter 552. Everyone had departed the ship on John's orders. Most had likely determined the issue without explanation, but he figured he should be thorough. Virulent poison has been released, John said as he stopped blood from flowing out of Rukai's arm. He couldn't immediately isolate just the dangerous compounds, so he had to stop the spread, isolate the room, contain the airflow, and stop the ship. After her initial cry of pain, Rukai had only made grunting sounds as her muscles spasmed. John hoped it was because the pain wasn't that bad, but it could be stubbornness. With blood flow stopped, he wouldn't have long. After a minute or two, the arm would be damaged just as much by the lack of blood as by the poison. Of course, that was only because the amount was so small. He'd mostly prevented the worst-case scenario as he watched over his apprentice. Even a small puff of the powder, reacting with the steam from the boiled leaves, perhaps, had rapidly infiltrated past Rukai's skin. It seemed drawn to the blood somehow, and the muscle beneath. Unfortunately, it blended in well enough that he couldn't pick it out with his spiritual energy. He scanned back and forth, trying to find anything. Then he relaxed, aggressively looking for a small animal in a forest. If it was part of the forest, how would he ever find it? Likewise, if it didn't belong, how could he not? A gentler form of sensing, leaving himself open to the 6 elements, but only in a very small area. Earth. Both the natural elements that made up Rukai's body and the effort she had made in diamond defense. She had reached initial completion, the state that the original Tenebach clan records would have considered the end of things. But of course, it could always be taken further. Fire. The heat of her body, the shifting state of living cells. Water and air were both directly their namesakes, as well as fluidity and motion. Light and darkness in the body were more vague, but any balanced and opposite parts that held in tension were the clearest example. John had an example of Rukai's healthy left arm. Comparing to its mirror, everything appeared much the same from a great height, but he focused on any concentrations that seemed abnormal. Most were momentary changes. Some was Rukai herself trying to act. Her body itself wanted to remove the poisons, even if it didn't have the capability. She wanted to aid with her own spiritual energy, but her focus was distorted by the first poison. That first toxin was already in her head. John wouldn't touch it for the moment, as long as she appeared stable. It was easier to find, but he might not safely eliminate it. Rukai's immune response was activating rapidly, but it was concentrated along a smaller path. John focused on those areas to find first the symptoms of the greater toxin. Muscular spasms. Monitoring the body on the level of individual chemicals that activated cells was nearly impossible even for John, but he didn't need to do that. He could work at a slight distance, as long as he found the elemental balance of what he wanted. He did have direct examples on the ship. It was fairly resistant to being sensed, as one might expect. It had been brought by proper assassins to kill them, after all. Ones that seemed to have real expectations of the threat they needed. If John hadn't been watching Rukai by the poison or begin to prepare it, he might not have noticed the danger. Or at least, not fast enough. John eased up slightly. He realized he might be compressing Rukai's arm, causing her further pain. And, because he didn't have all the information, he couldn't quite act. Meanwhile, Rukai could barely control her own energy. He reached out, gently, wrapping his energy around her like a comforting arm around the shoulder while their physical bodies were sitting atop the river, his hands clutching her arm much less comfortably. Then he guided her energy, providing power, amplifying motion. Their compatibility, she claimed to hate him, and their innate elemental compatibility was probably below average. But it seemed she trusted him enough to accept his attempt. The young woman was clumsy as she tried to fight off the toxins. John had to spend more energy protecting her body than on any other task. He did let her destroy individual cells, tens, hundreds, thousands. It was all fine as long as she didn't destroy a large volume at once. Whatever she was targeting, she tried to squeeze out of her arm. He helped move the whole mass, tiny droplets at human size, barely discernible. It departed the same way the poison initially came, through sweat glands and other pores. Reversing the flow through capillaries was simple enough. As he clutched it, Rukai's arm continued to spasm, but at some point she relaxed. "Ugh," she said. "I think." Her head slumped. John had to make his own swift determination of her fitness. He interpreted small electrical signals. He had modified his own to improve his reactions, so he wasn't entirely unfamiliar. He couldn't truly read them, but the intensity was far less than before. The pain wasn't spiking and should fade. So he hoped. He allowed her blood to flow once more. Then he gave Rukai as many healing pills as he thought wise. Some minor side effects over the next week or month would be acceptable if he eradicated further risk at the moment. A cultivator from the breathless plains caught John's eye. "Should we remove the poison from the kitchens now?" "Take it directly outside, preferably without unfreezing it," John ordered. "No passage through any of the rest of the ship. Make new holes if you have to. Then seal it in whatever way you find appropriate." Even that small pouch could probably kill hundreds or thousands of people downstream, perhaps more. Cultivation was amazing in some ways, but John knew that the intensified toxins were also a result of spiritual energy during the growth process. Though it might not be so bad unless intentionally harvested. "I have another matter to attend to," John commented. He had lost track of the assassins during that moment. But how far could they have gone? They were at most a few hours away via the ship, minutes now. Could they have so perfectly erased their traces when he already knew their energy signatures? John raced downriver, creating a single small stream to carry him faster than he could fly. He did have to consider further poisons upon his arrival, but he could still afford to use more spiritual energy. For all the delicacy of his work with Rukai, the actual power he used was negligible. He allowed his foes one moment to believe that he might have lost them. He even was kind enough to almost stick his head in the room they had abandoned. Of course, he would later treat the whole building as a biohazard zone, until proven otherwise. Then his spiritual energy faded into the natural background, and he began to move once more. His quarry hadn't run. How could they? Hiding was the correct call, because running would have revealed them more easily. Their only real chance had been to hide. But the woman who was their leader was still only an ascending soul phase cultivator. Her techniques were decent, but John had seen the best. The river ran red with the blood of all but the leader before she even noticed. It was a decent hiding place, truth be told. The highest concentration of spiritual energy, both free-floating and in the various creatures. Sadly, their trail gave them away. Another hour, perhaps, and he would have lost them. But they hadn't immediately left town after Rukai purchased her poison. Instead, they had seemingly been monitoring John's overall energy. A decent cultivator could feel exalted soul phase cultivators from 100 kilometers off, after all. At least, if they weren't hiding. John eradicated the woman's dantian and the core of her spiritual energy in a single blow, along with a good portion of her abdomen. He did specifically avoid the muscles required to move her diaphragm, so she would be able to talk. Obviously, she would die with the damage he did, but not that quickly. Especially not if he slowed the rate, she would bleed out. He dragged her up onto land, dumping her against a tree. "Leaving already? I didn't even offer you tea." John held up a pair of pouches he had grabbed from the rooms they had been occupying. "A threat to kill me," she spoke coarsely. Just because John had left her ability to speak intact didn't mean it would be pleasant. "I'm dead already." "Not kill you," John said. "Just enough for it to hurt." "I'm immune," she said. "Really?" John raised an eyebrow. "I've trained my own poison resistance." Let's find out if you're telling the truth. Immunity to a toxin was an ideal. One could be practically immune to certain toxins. John had reached that state for many things, as long as the doses were anywhere close to typical. But he had a quantity of poison that seemed similar to what had been meant to poison an entire ship, including an exalted soul phase cultivator. He would have enough for her, but he actually didn't think she was resistant at all. It might be a ploy to speed up her death. He started small, controlling the air in a large area. He battered the poison's fumes around with his spiritual energy. He began first with the tea. Not too much, though. It dulled the senses and the mind. She needed to be able to think for him to get information. Torture wasn't one of John's preferred methods to do anything. He just wanted some information. But he got little more than a few words out of her before she died a short time later. Of course, what was in the cultivator's personal belongings was more telling, and he knew their spiritual energy. And to some extent, he could already determine what region they would have been from. The only questions after that were who else was working with them. John could go and annihilate an entire species of plants. It might be for the best to eradicate such a poison, but he wanted to know who outside of the region might still be trying to assassinate him. Probably several different groups. This had been the only plan with merit so far. John was pleased that, just a few hours later, Rukai had him gather together the entire company. Then, she threw herself face down on the dirt. I have placed everyone in great danger, and I admit my faults. Please, know that it wasn't my intention to harm any of you. John couldn't help but interrupt. Except me, of course. Rukai hesitated for a moment, even though she loved to say she wanted to kill him. Yes, naturally. But she looked towards the others. I just wanted you to hear my intentions before my end. She bowed her head to the ground, trembling. Ah, yes. She certainly had brought great danger to other people. John had nearly forgotten with everything that happened. What should a leader do here? He first took stock of his people, analyzing their mood. He was pleased at their looks of displeasure, not with Rukai, exactly. In short, John hadn't brought the sort of people that would wish harm upon a foolish girl. I do recall that the terms of our agreement mean your death if you harm any of my companions, John said. So I must ask them, were any of you harmed? His tone of voice was leading them towards the answer he wanted. Renato was the only one who spoke. You two were the only ones who entered the room. John nodded. So it happened. However, that does not mean Rukai's actions can go unpunished. Intentions are one thing, but foreseeable consequences should be considered. She raised her head. I didn't dash. You didn't think about who was selling you those poisons, or why they were so cheap. John looked down on her sternly. She could have provided other excuses. He had an inkling that she might have truly been aiming for poisons in that price range, knowing they would be insufficient. It can't be risked again. I understand, Master John. She bowed to the ground once more. Tears streamed down her face. For herself? Her mother? John would find out later. Your avenues will be significantly restricted. Any signs of you attempting to obtain more poisons or colluding with suspicious figures will be deemed a breach of the contract and an end to your life. The area was silent, except for the pleasant sound of the river nearby and chirping birds ruining the scene. This means you will continue to live, for now. But if you want your revenge, you'll simply have to grow strong enough to kill me conventionally. Or to break his rules without getting caught, in which case she would have to be far stronger and more mature. But unless he was fooling himself, John honestly found it less and less likely that she was actually going to try to kill him. But maybe he'd prove himself a poor judge of people, or he was more horrific than he thought, such that a kind young woman would still want to kill him after she actually knew him. John was trying to angle things more towards forgiveness, though. He still wanted to believe he was a good person overall. Chapter 553. A significant portion of those who attempted to kill John likely believed that their lives were already forfeit, turning it into a self-fulfilling prophecy. He wasn't in the business of sparing people that tried to kill him, even if they never had an actual chance of success. Kids were an exception, but they mostly knew better. It was adults who tended to become overconfident to such a great extent. Of course, there were exceptions. In some ways, Rukai had taken the best opportunity available during another attack. She was simply too weak. Now she had nearly moved on from her designation as a kid, at least by traditional standards. Most people took more time to achieve a greater level of maturity, and people could continue to grow far beyond merely being an adult. It wasn't just the strength of cultivators, but the potential for greater wisdom and maturity. Of course, that only really came into play if people personally found such attributes worth developing. John had seen plenty of individuals 1 or 2 centuries old that hadn't achieved proper maturity, like this old woman in front of him. Granted, she was probably only a couple decades older than John at most, but she was old because her cultivation hadn't advanced smoothly, allowing her body to age. Zola glared at John during the negotiations. Seriously, couldn't she at least pretend maturity for a few moments? John could keep his own expression neutral for weeks dealing with these idiots. If he wanted to, and usually it was worth it. He wasn't a master negotiator that could always have exactly the perfect expression to manipulate the situation to his advantage, but he could at least avoid causing unnecessary conflict. And so, John explained the standard arrangement for what felt like the 1000th time. It wasn't actually far off. Each group of note must pay reparations, starting from the state of agreement to a set number of years afterwards. Zola's face went through all sorts of displeasure, but she didn't really have any better options. Could the twin continents have forced greater penalties on those who didn't reach out to them? Absolutely. But the point was to avoid another worldwide war without appearing soft and provoking something similar because of perceived weakness. As long as people agreed to meet once he finally showed up, that was good enough. Besides, the people John was encountering were the lucky ones. He had no doubt that Aldera would be somewhat harsher. That wasn't necessarily bad, if he could leverage his position as the merciful one. Slightly merciful. Easier to negotiate with, at least. Sadly, some people seem to think of that as weak. During one of the breaks, John was doing a little bit of spying on the old woman, current sect head of the Buried Cavern sect. If they didn't want to be spied on, they should have had better wards. I don't believe someone like that could have defeated Lord Enion, Zola complained to one of her subordinates. His power is barely representative of the exalted soul phase. John nodded his head. So that was her level, was it? He really wasn't offended by her inability to truly distinguish his cultivation, but someone was. How dare she? Rukai complained from just next to John. She followed him almost everywhere, and she was listening in as he pulled the sound from the other side of the wall. Rukai put her hands on her hips, offended that John wasn't offended. Aren't you going to do something? You could crush her like a bug. John shrugged. People with real strength don't care about the opinions of insects. But, Rukai couldn't seem to find the right words to support her argument. She's wrong. You're strong. I know that, John said. And you do. So everyone that matters is already aware. Rukai crossed her arms. You should still challenge her to a duel. Oh, John raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? Yes. John nodded. Prepare yourself. Rukai accepted his words without question, though she didn't really know what she was supposed to prepare for. Perhaps smashing through the walls. But she followed behind John as he casually walked through the halls. Voices continued to be carried to their ears, a simple manipulation of spiritual energy to let sound travel. Cultivators could do it to spread their voices to wide areas, or to hear specific things from further away. The wards around the room in which Zola was meeting were supposed to prevent people from listening in, but they could only suppress spiritual energy that the wards themselves could detect. The results remain, one of the others was saying. They were victorious. Of course, Zola agrees reluctantly. Even so, they must have used some form of underhanded trick. That was about the point that John flung open the doors to their meeting room. They had been locked at one point, but undoing locks with spiritual energy was trivial. Assuming you overcame the wards first, any physical locking mechanism might as well be decorative. We killed all three of the triptych in an excessively straightforward manner, John interjected. But even if we hadn't, would it be inappropriate? You yourselves cultivate the allied cycle of darkness. Shocked silence. It would no doubt turn into false indignation in a moment, but John wasn't going to give them time to form words. You shouldn't talk behind the backs of your guests. My apprentice thinks it's quite rude, so I'm going to have to challenge you to a duel. John observed the surprised and indignant expressions. That's what you get. Rukai shook her fist. Or you can have someone fight my apprentice. Pick anyone younger than 30 years old. Yeah. Wait, what? Her eyes widened. It is the duty of an apprentice to defend the honor of her master, John said simply. Yeah, but 30? She at least had the subtlety to attempt to hide her words, though John had to do most of the work. What do you expect me to do? John grinned. I expect you to win. Obviously. Besides, they would be younger than 30. Though John wasn't going to be too strict with that check unless he had good reason. Zola had a calculating look. What would be the full terms of a duel with your apprentice? Single combat, of course, John said. We could make use of any arena and balanced restrictions you have available. It need not be to the death, unless you wish for it. Ideas likely flashed through Zola's mind. First, that it was pretty much impossible to refuse a duel. She would know she couldn't beat him, even if she thought he was weak for an exalted soul phase cultivator. She might have a loose connection between her brain and lips, but there was a brain in there somewhere. You will consider the matter settled regardless of the results. Zola confirmed. Indeed, John said. If you win, your words have some backing. If not, you will have your own shame. Most likely she expected him to interfere if his apprentice was losing, but John truly didn't intend to as long as everything was above board. Stepping in to save her would lose him some dignity, though he honestly didn't care about that too much. Then we shall arrange for one of our disciples to battle yours. We can prepare the arena as soon as tomorrow. That will be acceptable, John said. Rukai just gave him a look as if wondering why nobody asked her. But John had asked her if she was sure, so it was her own fault. Yeah, it might have been a little trick where she didn't know what she was agreeing to, but it would be good for her. Far too soon, Rukai found herself standing in opposite positions in an arena with a man who was a decade older than her, and several ranks of cultivation ahead. She was still in the early soul expansion phase, and he was in the late soul expansion phase. It was a vast gap, yet she was still expected to win. The only question was whether that was an impossible standard or if Master John really believed in her. Internal doubts told her it was the former, but all of her experience pointed to the latter. Had her training been difficult? Most of the time, yes. Never impossible, though. Rukai wondered how she was supposed to close the gap between them, spinning her machete idly. Was there some weakness in the enemy's style she should know? The connection between Enion and the buried cavern sect was indirect, but they practiced the same allied cycle. Rukai hadn't been willing to cross over to light allied elements for her third totem, though it might have been the most appropriate. Too timid. She might not be able to complete a full cycle like that, but she doubted that anything less could ever be a match for Master John. John Miller was a full cycle cultivator at the peak of humanity, and Rukai was just beginning to truly understand how weak she was as her learning deepened. She shook away useless thoughts. She wasn't fighting him. She had to fight the foe standing in front of her. The man wielded a club, a deceptively simple weapon. Rukai hadn't heard his name, and asking now might provoke him in a way she couldn't control. The match began with a withdrawal of an intervening barrier. Then the two of them sought the darkness. The terrain was perfect for tri-element cultivators, a representation of a cavern complete with stalactites, stalagmites, and pools of water. Rukai faded into the background. Obviously, her opponent would still be keeping track of her as she was of him, but at least dulling his perception could give her an advantage. The weapon he carried would be ponderous, but she was certain he could redirect the momentum for quick follow-up attacks. She should make use of her agility to strike swiftly, but first, she should try to take advantage of her range. Her style wasn't a complete copy of Master John's, but she did find that throwing daggers were useful. She called upon some of her minuscule air element, insufficient to even be designated as storage. The man she was fighting was focused on water element defenses, so she hoped to find some effect. Unfortunately, he was still stronger. He didn't even have to dodge her attack, and it could only barely reach his skin. The goal had been to pierce his forearm, but instead he was uninjured. He immediately sprang into action, prepared to run down Rukai. She circled around a stalagmite, slicing at him with her machete as she tumbled past him. His club swung towards her backhand, and she was glad for once that she was slightly shorter as it brushed just above her. A single hit from that, and her brain might be shattered. Counting on some random sect's defensive formations to save her was no good. Checking the edge of her blade, Rukai barely saw a trickle of blood. Those were some of her best moves, and that was all she could accomplish. With a superior energy capacity, her opponent would be able to put his full strength to bear against every attack, but she had to take risks. She drew upon the extraneous elements in the area. Air, fire, and even light were all less than a quarter the strength of the other elements, but she could convert them with the rest to suit her needs. When the man turned to charge Rukai again, daggers imbued with light suddenly brightened the cavern, overwhelming his senses for a moment. Obviously, he would still be able to track her position with his spiritual energy, but Rukai knew exactly what the loss of vision could do to a person, even for an instant. Her own eyes, of course, were fine. She slid along the ground, shifting the earth along with her. Her machete slashed up towards the man's legs, but his weapon was already swinging down to block. No, it would do more than that. It would crush Rukai's weapon and slam her into the ground. She twisted her body, rising to a kneeling position to meet the incoming weapon before it could maximize its momentum. Her machete skittered off of the man's inner thigh, his armor holding against her blade as Rukai blocked his attack with her forearm. It went numb, but she knew that was preferable to the pain that would come in a moment. Fractures throughout her arm would make it useless, and she wouldn't be able to throw further attacks. Her body barely held up as she slashed at her foe's inner elbow to slow his follow-up. Then the arena's formations activated. Had that attack been stronger than she thought? Had she lost? It was inevitable, she supposed, but Rukai knew her foe was stronger. He didn't have to be such an undignified victor, though. Seriously, spitting at her? He even propelled it with spiritual energy. It wasn't the sort of thing the formation would stop, and she was glad her reflexes were enhanced, if barely. Rukai turned back to Master John. He was smiling, even though she lost. How mean. She tried her best. Maybe she was supposed to be learning a lesson about humility, but she wouldn't have chosen to face an opponent so much stronger than her in the first place. Didn't that count for something? Chapter 554. At the conclusion of the duel, the buried cavern sect stomped off. Personally, John thought that was a greater loss of face for them than gracefully accepting their defeat. On the other hand, it might be the best they could manage. Zola seemed like the sort to do something stupid if she stayed. John didn't really care if the sect had lived or died, but overall it would be better for their mission to kill fewer people. But if he heard one word about the formations malfunctioning, heads were going to roll. No, John had better restraint than that. If Rukai heard anything like that, he'd have to correct people. It did seem his apprentice needed some attention first. She had taken the battle seriously and seemed to have ended up in a weird mental state. "How are you doing?" John asked. Rukai hung her head. "I wanted to win." "So did your opponent," John replied. According to her tone of voice, however, she seemed to have some misunderstandings. That could happen when you were focused on the wrong details. "Tell me how you feel you did with each exchange." Rukai furrowed her brow. "Starting from the beginning, I found myself ineffective. My throwing dagger couldn't cause him any harm." Was that how she saw it? John was going to have to clarify that she completely pierced his defenses. Yes, the attack had nothing left after that point, but the man was still shaken to receive a small injury right away, even if it was merely skin deep. And then, John prompted, "I barely avoided a devastating blow to my temple," Rukai continued, "and my machete barely drew blood." John was going to let her finish before correcting her, but he would absolutely be pointing out that drawing blood in a battle between cultivators was already nearly lethal. Bodies were fragile. Well, most bodies. Maybe that was where Rukai had gotten off track. After that, Rukai continued her retelling of the battle. "My arm was injured when I went in for an attack." John remembered her angle of attack. Honestly, if she had been a bit more vicious, her foe might have given up even if she had no spiritual energy left for her attack. She could have also rallied her own energy faster than her foe and sliced clean through him. Except for the defensive formations, of course. Though perhaps she didn't realize she could. Then I attacked his elbow, but I had already been defeated, Rukai finished. John barely knew where to start. Certainly, an incomplete perspective could have interpreted things in that manner. "There are a few things I need to bring to your attention. Who do you normally spar against?" "You, of course," Rukai said. "And Elder Renato. Rarely the others." "Have you ever fought against anyone at your own rank?" John asked. He pretty much knew the answer already, though. "Not since before," Rukai replied. There was a slight hint of sadness in her gaze, but the last few years had brought about some significant recovery when concerning the thoughts of her mother. At one point, she would have simply broken down crying at a single thought. "Until this battle, I suppose. I apologize for bringing shame to you and the Six Elements Crossroads." She bowed her head, and John was glad she seemed to sincerely care about what he thought. "Technically, you still haven't fought anyone your rank," John pointed out. Just the same face. He couldn't leave her waiting for so long. Ufo had been seriously training as a member of the Buried Cavern sect for a decade and a half. a bit short of your entire lifespan. Just like we noted earlier, he needed to win. But only one of you could. And now he's going to need therapy. Rukai tilted her head. What? He probably won't get it, John continued. But he suffered a pretty devastating loss. Even if he copes somehow, it's unlikely to be in a healthy manner. I might do something about it if I felt any sympathy for this sect, but honestly, they're pretty disappointing. Just to drive the point home, John was more straightforward. You did win, as I anticipated. I'm proud to have you fight for my honor. I won. Rukai looked as if she couldn't believe it. John realized he should have allowed her into a serious battle against people earlier, except there weren't many good opportunities. Of course you did. Were you about to take a hit at the end? John asked. The formation had to stop your attack because his arm would have been taken off. He put everything he had into crushing you and barely broke your arm. Speaking of which, you should probably start treating that. John could apply a splint for her, if necessary, but she should really set the bones herself. It was one of those things that cultivators had to learn properly, and it could lead to better healing than on Earth because they could precisely position things internally. Rukai looked down at her numb left arm. Yeah, her spiritual energy was a bit sluggish, but John could tell she had proper control and shouldn't cause any damage to herself. So then my attacks? The first one didn't pierce his forearm, true, but it did damage it. Your machete still has the blood from your next attack. I must remind you that almost nobody else practices advanced body tempering like diamond defense. And you didn't just a few years ago. Once you get past their spiritual energy, people are fragile. Was it time for constructive criticism? Even the slightest improvement to your efficiency might have won the battle at an earlier move. Though, of course, that's difficult against a higher-ranking opponent. It was clear she was still recontextualizing the battle in her mind. Perhaps she thought John was lying about her victory, but it would be a poor lie that was easily disprovable. John finished with just one final statement. You spend most of your time fighting people like me, 1,000 times stronger than you, that you didn't realize how strong you've become. Even if she fought some spirit beasts, the variety she could battle had naturally widened, so she might not feel the growth in strength. John was glad this opportunity had come up before things dragged on for too much longer. Planets were big, with room for many people with many different people. While John generally thought of that as a positive, the last few years it had been an annoyance. But after a significant amount of travel, he had finally finished about half the job. But he really did need to check back in with the Continental Alliance, and not simply random messages that happened to catch up to them. After all, there wouldn't be anything critical sent in unsecure fashions. They came in from the west, stopping by the allied western islands to check on their condition first. Fortunately, it seemed that there hadn't been any large-scale conflict. Any attacks could be attributed to small groups turning to banditry or piracy, both typical of cultivators and of any military forces after large conflicts. Both to keep up relations, and because Rukai had no knowledge of the various island sects, they spent a little bit of time in various locations even though John was eager to return home. She particularly liked the Blind Tower. She was of course quite expert at detecting things via spiritual energy and not simply her bodily senses. She had to be, to deal with John. While he could certainly defeat her through any means he pleased, if she had an obvious weakness like weak senses, he would focus on her development in that area. Even if he was a six-element cultivator, his origin was still darkness which affected his overall style. The meals provided were no less fanciful than John's first visit. They were experiences for the senses, just usually not sight. There were indeed glowing rock candies. John took note that Rukai particularly liked certain sweets, but they were the exception. Once they were gone, so was one of the basic senses. The return was bittersweet. John had visited the Western Seas several times since his initial visit, but he couldn't help but remember Astrid's presence. Happy memories, but an emptiness was left behind. But it was better to have those memories than not. Even if the loss of people hurt, John found that there was so much more of him because of his relationships. The empty holes people left behind when they passed on were not carved out of some limited core of his being, but instead located within the growth they had helped provide. It was still painful, but John had found he was always greater for those connections even after they were gone. He didn't appreciate it every day, but occasionally he had the proper perspective. In some ways, the Blind Tower was about experiencing life to its fullest by focusing on each part one at a time. Even if the purpose was merely to gain insight into the darkness element, Visitors could learn much about themselves and the world. They might also stub their toes occasionally. That was one of the consequences of laxness. Just because a wall was in one position didn't mean it was going to stay there. Rukai looked so funny hopping around on one foot. If she hadn't moved so confidently, she couldn't have possibly caused herself pain with her tempered body. They passed through the Shimmering Islands, which of course meant stopping at the Brandel clan. John wasn't going to give up any opportunity to be with family, especially not at his current point in life. Turdo was of course there to greet their ship's arrival. "Welcome, father," he said. "I recognize most of your companions, except this one." He looked pointedly at Rukai. John nodded. "Well, the situation is a bit more complicated, but I picked her up as a new apprentice during the mission." Verusha was slightly behind Turdo, as their arrival hadn't been expected. She might have been in the middle of something, or simply hadn't felt as much need to rush over. Even so, her eyes lit up as she saw the group disembarking. Then she nearly instantly closed the distance, moving just past John. "It's you," she grinned, looking down at Rukai, though she wasn't much taller. "I've heard so much yet so little about you, little sister." Rukai blinked. "I see." Verusha smiled mischievously. "You don't like being called little sister? But you are. After all, this man here is my father-in-law." She gestured vaguely towards John, treating him like a prop. "And since you're his adopted daughter, you're my little sister." John began to protest. "That's not really. She's my apprentice." "Oh, please," Verusha rolled her eyes. "I've seen your actual apprentices. They were treated well, certainly, but even what little I've heard." Turdo nodded. "The details are fairly clear, but she still might not appreciate sudden approaches," he added as he slightly pulled back his wife. "Regardless of the details, we are pleased to meet you, Rukai." "Oh, of course I feel the same," Rukai stuttered. "Mightly clan head. Turdo will be fine. If you have to be formal, clan head Turdo is appropriate. You are welcome here whenever you please." John didn't recall sending back much information about Rukai, certainly not enough for people to make such lofty assumptions. That meant there was a spy among his crew. Probably Renato, honestly. He didn't seem like it, but he could be gossipy. He did think that things must have been exaggerated. Sure, he did take good care of Rukai. She had a terrible life, at least partially because of him. If nothing else, John had the power to make a change, so he couldn't just do nothing. It was merely circumstances that gave Rukai more personal attention than the rest of his apprentices. He hadn't been going around picking up orphans during the whole trip. Most of them would be best taken care of by their neighbors. It was simply Rukai's determination that had made things different, and the fact that her neighbors wouldn't have been in any state to take care of children, with all the extra death. He didn't really treat her like a daughter, though. Sure, she had been able to get away with a bit more than anyone else, but that was because of the circumstances. Attempting to kill him had been part of the deal. The vast majority of it hadn't been more serious than the various things Ursel and Melanthina got up to. Rukai had shown serious remorse for the one real incident that might have harmed others, and mostly hurt herself. As for any other leeway she got, it wasn't that different than his apprentices. When he'd first come across Ahan and the others, they'd been about the same age. Rukai simply happened to be the only one in her batch, but she trained seriously. Even if he provided her more resources than the others, including personal resources she could spend to treat herself, it was because he had proportionately more. Probably. He did wonder how Rukai might feel about being adopted, though. Obviously, he wouldn't be any kind of replacement for her mother. It didn't matter if Rukai's mother was exaggerated in her eyes. It simply wasn't possible to replace one person with another to begin with. But everyone needed family. And if the diplomatic crew was Rukai's family, then John was closest to being her father. John didn't think it would be a problem, as long as nobody thought leadership in the sect would be handed down to her. She didn't even know the sect yet, and she was probably at least a century away from being a good fit, even if it came down to that. There were plenty of others that John would rank ahead of her for the position, not that he planned to step down for a long time. He was still young, after all. His body was youthful and healthy, at least. After a century, even cultivators weren't really young. Chapter 555. Having returned home, John was pleased to see that the world hadn't fallen apart over the last few years. In fact, it showed very few signs of needing him at all. That was wonderful. Some people couldn't handle a world that would continue without them. They were the sort of people that became the triptych and wanted to take over the world. While John couldn't say what he was doing was entirely dissimilar from that, he didn't want to. He was just trying to create a stable system that wouldn't result in world wars anytime soon. For that, the world needed economic stability, more or less. There were many other factors, of course, but that was a good basis. Then human greed became a factor, and how much it was possible for cultivators to consume. John wasn't completely innocent on the consumption factor, but he tried to avoid using conspicuous quantities of anything. Yes, he could absolutely absorb an Olympic-sized swimming pool of spirit water to power his cultivation, or he could take a bit longer and only focused on the natural spiritual energy that rapidly replenished. The problem with cultivators was that they were in a rush to reach infinity. The fact that nobody had achieved didn't seem to dissuade anyone. Even if they didn't want to push themselves, anyone relevant would always encounter enemies who were growing stronger as fast as they could. It was like a nuclear arms race, but the nuclear weapons were people. Like the triptych. Like John and Aldera, realistically. Even if they didn't leave behind massive craters, they were still widely destructive. John hoped that things could change. For that, maybe they needed better long-distance communication. Something that couldn't be eaten, preferably. No matter how fast a spirit beast was at carrying messages, they were limited in scope and speed. They could be intercepted, so some of them would be, either by humans or other beasts. Even ignoring security issues, losing a message was troublesome. Even if that was achieved, John knew that it wouldn't solve the world, nor would killing off everyone who openly disagreed with him. Even so, he could only do his best. The original would have been made with cows, John said. A different sort of bovine. I've grown pretty attached to these, though. Okay, Rukai said. You don't sound excited, John pointed out. She shrugged. I've had burgers before. They were fine. Even mine weren't amazing despite my skill. John clicked his tongue. Maybe it was his fault, producing subpar results with his own cooking. Maybe he was too eager to share one of his favorite foods when he didn't truly have access to the best materials. These will be the best ones you've had, John said, and the most accurate. He'd managed to reproduce all of the important sauces, as well as finding vegetables that fit the purpose. Finding some form of lettuce was easy. Finding good lettuce was more difficult. Likewise, tomatoes were relatively unique. They were necessary for two different components, both direct and in the form of ketchup. Fortunately, that problem had been solved long in the past, and he had some of his own. It wasn't a terribly popular crop, and they weren't individually massive like the ones Earth had bred over generations, but he got the right balance of sweetness and acidity and various other flavors. John had been perfecting his methods for many decades. After all, it started after Mateo's death, more or less following the rise of the Six Elements crossroads. Despite her outwards disinterest, Rukai was clearly paying attention as John gathered everything. If he was just cooking for a couple people, he could pick the very best ingredients and customize the orders to taste. And since cultivators could get their nutrition anywhere, he made sure to infuse the food with the right elements. For his own personal growth, it wasn't really better than spending time in meditation, but cultivators needed to have hobbies or they would only focus on battle. Behold, John held up the burger. The cheese was white, or at least whitish. It was one of the most flexible parts of a burger to begin with, though it needed to be something that melted well. As a cultivator, he could cheat that part by heating individual elements precisely. He often did. Perfection. Rukai wasn't the sort to refuse food put in front of her. She was perfectly capable of ordering food from the kitchens or finding a spot herself. But John had invited her to the meal. He even made fries. No soda, but honestly he could live without. That was the most excessive part in some ways, offering no nutritional value. There were plenty of other sources of sugar in the world anyway. John couldn't help but take a big bite. Rukai started off more conservatively. However, she never stopped. Soon enough, her food was gone. Good thing I made seconds, John said, revealing covered plates where the temperature had been carefully maintained. He even stopped the cooking process and prevented anything from getting soggy. Didn't you say that a cultivator must not overindulge? Rukai said, even as she pulled a plate in front of her. One must also properly take advantage of moments of celebration, John said. I see. And what are we celebrating? Good question. He couldn't really say it was a return home, because this wasn't Rukai's home. Not yet, at least. Pushing that onto her wouldn't do her any good. You never told me when your birthday was, so it will have to be all of those. Though I don't have any cake. Or pizza. Why cake? She asked. And what's that other thing? John grinned. Oh, you'll find out. It's a wonderful dish. Does it also have a lot of cheese? It does. Is that a problem? She shook her head. No, I like cheese. The first generation of John's apprentices were now ascending soul phase cultivators. In fact, it wouldn't take terribly long for them to reach the peak. Unlike Viriato, none of them had been stuck at that threshold in particular. They had simply needed sufficient time. Relatedly, Viriato had stepped into the ascending soul phase himself with some proper guidance from John to make sure he wouldn't destabilize himself. There were other batches of disciples after the first generation, but Ahan, Burricate, Lyre, Stithulf, and Fulton had been the best of those he picked up as street kids, cultivating however they could in the seemingly low-energy environment. Now they were a solid core for a sect, each one sufficient to be a sect or clan head pretty much anywhere else. Even if the ascending soul phase was relatively common, power varied wildly within a specific phase depending on various factors. John had recently proven that to Rukai, after all, sparring with an exalted soul phase cultivator every day was difficult and somewhat disheartening, but clearly good for her growth. Everyone was eager to meet Rukai. John had kept people from overwhelming his new apprentice right away, but that could only last a few days. He kept things to his core disciples at first, though he would of course allow Rukai to socialize with anyone she pleased at a later time. Greetings, junior sister, Lyre commented. You must have great talent, for John to have brought you back, and none other. Rukai hesitated, but John knew she did have some confidence. I am sure he saw certain factors he could work with, but I doubt I would have gotten this far with a lesser teacher. Perhaps it was awkward to say that she had only come along because he promised to let her try to kill him. John suspected people already knew, though, because of his gossipy friends. Others introduced themselves, moving the conversation along. An interesting cultivation path, Fulton commented. The darkness allied cycle. Were you already a soul expansion phase cultivator? I sense you keep all 6 elements to some extent. Rukai shook her head. I was already an earth and water cultivator. I decided stability was more important than an easy path. That's not wrong, Ahan commented. And going for a core cycle has its own pitfalls if you intend to enter a full cycle. John hadn't personally experienced it, of course, but he was aware how difficult it would be to implement light and darkness as the final 2 totems without prior experience. Both would be similarly difficult to his final one, and without a proper stimulus he didn't know if he would have actually made it by the present day, which would probably have ended up with him dead, and maybe most of the people living on the continents. Everyone had their own perspectives on cultivation. John kept his apprentices from flooding Rukai with too much all at once, though she was interested in the opportunity to spar with them in the near future. After all, she didn't encounter many cultivators more than 1 or 2 elements elsewhere. 3 was a rarity. The core cycle only worked if one expected to reach the consolidated soul phase or greater, which simply didn't work in previous generations. Though for as long as Rukai would be able to recall, ascending soul phase cultivators were relatively common, and even a few exalted soul phase cultivators existed. 60% fewer now. John wanted the best for Rukai, and that meant giving her some space. He wasn't worried about her running off somewhere, though she wasn't that foolish in unfriendly territory. More relevantly, the chances that actual harm would come to her in the Lunson or really anywhere on the continent were negligible. There hadn't been any other option except to remain together on the whole trip, but she needed to be given a chance to have time to herself. John still paid attention, but less directly. She wasn't going to suddenly stop cultivating, though that might actually be the best result for her. Interacting with a variety of people somewhere safe was something she hadn't really had the opportunity to do, ever, perhaps. Since she was barely of an adult age even now, she would have been an even younger child when the war first began. Her mother had likely gone to the front lines some years before John arrived to find Rukai. A therapist would be good, but John hadn't really gotten that profession going. Cultivators were able to sort out their own issues to some extent, so John hoped that she would manage. He would be there to support her when she needed it. At this point, John was pretty sure she wouldn't kill him, but maybe she would change his mind. He was far too used to his own world. Maybe to her, it would look like a luxurious bubble feeding off of outsiders. They were requiring tribute as part of the war resolution, even if John thought it was reasonable. John hadn't highlighted all the destruction from the war, but their path to Lunson had taken them to a few places damaged by the war, mostly in the Shimmering Islands. Without watching out for her, or having to constantly engage in diplomatic meetings with foreign sects, John found himself with entirely too much free time. He was sure a flood of unimportant petitioners would arrive, but if they really needed anything, their problems would have been dealt with while he was gone. The same was true with Aldera, because her empire functioned without her present. She might need to be alive, but John couldn't say his own existence was less relevant, even as much as he might hope that to be the case. Related to Aldera, she hadn't returned from her journey yet. Perhaps she was going to finish everything, or she had more delays. There was plenty of news. Ships arriving from every conceivable port of origin, carrying both goods for tribute and for trade. After all, there were benefits to the new structure. The sovereign primacy had their own internal trade, but John honestly thought it had been a bit chaotic. It lacked intention, or maybe it had just fallen apart by the time he got to see it, which still said something about the state of things. Every elemental region could benefit from trade with others. Not every group perfectly matched their surrounding region. The Tenebach clan was a darkness clan in an earth element region, and they naturally wanted different resources than their neighbors used and produced. It was a detriment when trade wasn't flowing, but in some ways a benefit when it was. Living locally would be cheapest, but the clan had thrived regardless. They built their own stability, rather than hoping to stumble upon it. It was a shame that Aldera wasn't accessible. John would have liked to compare results, including the things that wouldn't be public news, like complaining about specific individuals and how stupid they were. He'd like statistics on how many people got themselves killed by trying to resist tyrants in the name of the first tyrants they had submitted to. He'd also appreciate her assessment of whether the world could hold together. He thought it could. It was a world of 6 elements in balance, after all. People were part of that, though elements didn't tend to care if any particular people lived or died. Just some form of life. Thus, it was up to humans to make sure things worked out for the best. Chapter 556. The optimal way to negotiate with numerous individual regions and the powers within them would be for all of them to directly make contact with the twin continents. However, for various reasons, most people hadn't done so. Some might be afraid, hoping to go unnoticed. Of course, if they were notable in any way, it would be rather difficult to be overlooked. Others would simply mistrust any outsiders, or perhaps they retained loyalty to the sovereign primacy alone for some misguided reason. Beyond that, there were certainly a few that tried and had their messages intercepted by opponents of the twin continents. There had been a few incidents of the latter. The solutions had been quite similar. Anyone who tried to make diplomacy more difficult would die. Violence being the first solution was a consequence of the way the world worked. John hadn't been able to influence the entire world in a different direction, but that was before. Now he might actually be in such a position. It was a heavy burden. That was why he was pleased to interact with simpler things whenever possible. His personal gardens had been tended while he was away, but it just wasn't the same as his personal care. John also did his best to maintain Astrid's favorites just as she had. Certain memories hurt, but John would rather feel that ache than to feel nothing. Besides, if he was honest, there were more good memories than bad, even with the end. He wanted the whole world to experience that. But of course, not everyone got to be the survivors. Some were the people who passed away, and John couldn't ask most of them how they felt. Though, he did actually have a few. Renato didn't really talk about his former life. Justina died in what later became the Empire of Elements, but she hadn't been interested in revenge. Aldera, on the other hand, wished for retribution based on the memories of Mateo. Considering those examples, John couldn't say that death was much worse than any other terrible experience. People would react differently. There might be a number of people that would be reincarnated and want revenge on him. Or perhaps they would all see it as part of the way things worked and move on, living their next life to its fullest. John couldn't guarantee that anyone he'd been involved with killing would come back to life, but the quantity was high enough for there to be a few. Considering that, John still didn't think he would change most of his decisions. Small ones, perhaps, but the largest conflicts hadn't really been his choice to begin. And ending them as efficiently as possible was the only way to save his people. But of course, there were always consequences. Innocent people connected to others that might or might not have deserved their life to come to an end. People like Rukai. Her life would have been better with her mother, who she loved with all her heart. Even with whatever flaws that mother doubtless had, Rukai would have lived a good life. She might not have grown as quickly as she was now, and Rukai's cultivation wouldn't reach the same peak, but she likely wouldn't need it. Yet despite all that, in her current life, she was happy. Not all the time, but that was unreasonable. Often enough, at least. She had many friends among the diplomatic mission, though few of her own age. In their own way, many were like family. Rukai could smile now, not just frown. She could show things more than anger and frustration. Happiness, curiosity, and sometimes annoyance, but the sort of annoyance one had around those one cared for. Curiosity was a frequent one. There was so much of the world she hadn't seen, and she loved to learn. Truthfully, John didn't know everything either. Knowing everything about a normal planet would already be a great task, but with the variations that spiritual energy caused in living creatures and the environment, it seemed dozens of times more difficult. Even an extended lifespan wasn't enough to truly understand the world. Even now, Rukai bore curiosity as she browsed the gardens. "What is this for?" she asked, plucking a red berry from a cluster of those growing on a particular bush. Her face scrunched up as she consumed the bitter fruit. "Medicine. Aesthetics," John commented. "The berries look nice. Also, they're toxic to humans." "What?" Rukai clawed at her tongue. "Why didn't you warn me?" It took her a moment to realize that she could just directly pick the berry out of her stomach. It wasn't a comfortable process, but it was a fairly easy manipulation of spiritual energy. Not quite so bad as vomiting, and more precise. She spit the berry over to the side. "What if I died?" John just grinned. The berries weren't that toxic. It would probably take eating a whole bush full to threaten the health of a normal person. A cultivator would have to be extremely careless, especially since they didn't taste good. "Have you been training pure blood?" "Ugh. Yes," she rolled her eyes. "I've been training your anti-poison thing. But you should still have warned me." John plucked a berry and ate it. "They're pretty terrible," he commented. "I know," she said. "Why not get rid of it?" She reached down into the ground, manipulating earth element to pluck the plant straight out of the ground. It took quite a bit of restraint on John's part not to suppress her. Instead, he let her act. So far, at least, her actions were reversible. "It belongs there," John said. He could have shoved the plant back into the ground, and Rukai wouldn't have been able to stop him. In fact, he could have imbued it with spiritual energy that would make it pretty much impossible for her to ever do it. "Why?" Rukai asked. "It doesn't do anything. If you want something that looks good, just plant something like celestial clusterberry." She was idly spinning the plant as she spoke. "If I wanted one of those, I would have planted it," John said calmly. Astrid liked that one. The bush dropped to the ground as Rukai paled. Then she nearly crushed it in her frantic attempts to put it back into the ground. That was where John stepped in, gently guiding her energy. "I didn't mean." The look on her face was difficult to parse. Regret, perhaps fear? Perhaps he had been a bit too firm with his energy. She might have expected retaliation of some sort, even though John had never hit her outside of sparring and never excessively in sparring. Though if he was overly gentle with her, even a slight injury in an actual fight might have made her lock up. "I can get you your own garden plot," John said calmly, "to do whatever you want with. But you should probably leave other people's gardens alone." "Why, yeah?" Most of what followed was her trying to discern the meaning of each and everything. Some of them were pretty simple. Various of the plants did have practical uses and were harvested for use by the sect, whether medicine or food. John had some of the best plants on the planet. Though even with a complex energy flow, most plants would be more prosperous in their natural environments if he wasn't tending to them daily. This one, she pointed to another plant with flowers that transitioned from yellow through orange to red. A type of hibiscus. Mateo enjoyed it. You might have seen some growing around the clan. "She's? I think I heard." Rukai made a face. "Something about Aldera? Do people actually reincarnate?" John took a moment to answer that one. "Not in the way that people might prefer. It is quite a rare phenomenon, even with the vastness of the planet. Between the twin continents, I am aware of a couple dozen." "So many." Rukai frowned. "But the total population is..." "Billions," John said. "Close to 2.25 billion, which changed only minorly when counting the Molten Sea. That was because the Molten Sea only had cultivators, since no population of commoners could survive. Accurate population census data was actually fairly recent. In the past, most regions would have gone with some approximate. After all, even elemental regions were usually only unified against outside threats, with most sects and clans being generally independent. or factions made up of some number of other powerful groups. Only a small percentage of the population were cultivators of any note, but stronger cultivators were more capable of defending the rest against the various hazards that came with living in the world. Thus, the population had been able to grow continuously, even with frequent conflicts. "Do you think my mother?" She didn't have to finish her question for John to understand. "I wouldn't put any hope in it," John said. "She has just as much of a chance ending up in another world as here, even if she retained her memories." Rukai tilted her head. "What? Haven't you heard of transmigrators?" John asked. It was the sort of thing he expected people to hear about, even if they never met one or believed in it. It would be strange if it only ever went in one direction. Other worlds. I wonder what they would be like. Who can say? John shrugged. Most of it is imagination. Ida and Corey don't talk about their world much, so I can only tell you about mine. Yours? Rukai's eyes opened wide. You are from outside. Just a short life, John admitted. The majority of my time has been here. But the world was called Earth. Just a big ball of dirt and water. John grinned. It was beautiful. I wish I could show you. John realized he hadn't seen this planet. No, probably nobody had. After all, it wasn't normal to see a planet, just parts of it. He was suddenly tempted to try to fly up hundreds of kilometers to maybe see half the planet. That shouldn't be impossible with his current abilities. He could refresh his own air, too. What was it like, besides beautiful? Rukai asked. Were people very strong there? On Earth? John shook his head. No, people were extremely, terribly weak. Because on Earth, there was no spiritual energy. Rukai just blinked, dumbfounded. But how? Can you even survive without it? John tilted his head. I had the same questions about how people can survive with it, in some ways. There might be different physical laws, even if they are very similar on the surface. Anyway, despite individual weaknesses, the people of Earth performed mighty deeds through cooperation. It must have been a good place, Rukai said. A place without fear. John shook his head. If only it were so. If nobody is truly stronger, everyone is a danger. Or at least, it is easy for those with ill intent to convince people of that. And people simply gathered power in different ways. Influence and wealth have some meaning here, but far more in a world where they are the main forms of power. But truthfully, I barely understood how that sort of power worked while I was there. Sometimes, it's more pleasant to be naive. Rukai pondered for a few moments. Are burgers Earth food? It is a strange name. John grinned. You got it. I actually ran a restaurant that made them. Part of a chain. No wonder you like them, she nodded. Can you tell me more about the world? John did, though he tried to focus on the good things. The pleasant sides of technology and all the good things it did. There were already too many negatives in this world to bring more over. Of course, he wasn't attempting to deceive Rukai into thinking the world was truly better. It was difficult to compare. Maybe if he'd been one of the top influences on Earth, he could have compared inequality and corruption. Maybe that was a fruitless idea. After all, he would have simply been working off memories. All he really needed was to see the current world and try to make it better for everyone who still lived in it. Unfortunately, some people seemed determined to take everything for themselves at any cost. Since they had made that choice, John didn't mind serving them the consequences of their actions. He would probably have to get back to that in a month or two. Chapter 557. Unfortunately, for all of John's power, the passage of time was something he could not affect in any meaningful way. Further delay threatened to undo much of the hard work he'd already gone through of trying to stabilize the world after the war. Perhaps Aldera's efforts would keep the momentum sufficiently on their own, but perhaps wasn't worth betting so much on. I shouldn't be gone for more than a year or two, John explained to Rukai. You'll have plenty to learn here while I'm gone. To him, it seemed like a logical choice. After all, even with the luxuries afforded by significant wealth and power, travel had its drawbacks. It didn't seem that Rukai felt the same. She crossed her arms and looked at him sternly. And give up learning from the best? Am I not good enough? John wasn't sure if she meant that second part, but he at least had to seriously consider it. All he really wanted to say was that there were a million things she could learn that didn't require him specifically. A variety of instructors is invaluable for all, John said. There are many who are more proficient than I am in single or paired elements. But they're not exalted soul phase cultivators. Some will be, soon, John commented. He was quite certain that, if he had survived the war, Steve would have been one of them. Renato was on the brink as well. On the other hand, soon could be anywhere between a few days and a decade. It wasn't the sort of thing one could precisely time. Rukai clearly wasn't fully convinced. 2 years is a long time. John was going to say that it wasn't. Yet, he had to concede her point. To Rukai, it was a tenth of her life. He wouldn't tell a college student to study casually for a couple years, probably. Though if it was an option without them suffering financial harm, it might actually be good for some people. It could be less, John commented. Some parts will be difficult. Rukai pondered for a few moments. Will I hold you back? She would. But saying that was certainly the wrong option. I think you truly would benefit from the time here. But I won't stop you from coming along if you wish to. Her choice wasn't exactly unexpected. I'm coming with you. With enough effort, John could have weakened her resolve. He was certain he could convince her to stay, but the results might not be what he wanted. Besides, she deserved to see the end, whatever it was. The arrangement of individuals coming along changed between the first and second diplomatic fleets. Not entirely, but certainly some of the most important figures. Viriato would be staying behind to oversee the sect's finances. There were others capable of doing so, but it was already pushing things for him to be away for years. In turn, one of those who had been helping to manage the sect finances would take over primary responsibility for further trade deals. Her name was Shannon, a consolidated soul phase cultivator focused on water and darkness. Her battle prowess wasn't anything exceptional, but there were plenty of others to fill those roles. Aside from John himself, Ursel would be coming along to replace Renato. It was always nice to have someone sturdy around. In addition, Ahan and Lyre would be joining them for the second journey. Ursel they picked up on their way south, passing through the stone conglomerate. Rukai could have learned quite a bit if she was able to stay for a month or two at each place they visited, but she only got a day or two. John wasn't willing to adjust their schedule for her that much. They were already traveling at her pace, which was to say as far and fast as she could go in a day. As a soul expansion phase cultivator, she wasn't precisely slow, but she was still far weaker than the rest. Then again, most of the others were twice her age, if not 4 or 6 times. In terms of proper cultivation length, they would more or less double again. You should try running in heavy armor, Ursel commented to Rukai. The young woman frowned, perhaps thinking she was being called slow, but Ursel wasn't the sort to say that in a circumspect manner. It can really help with developing muscles under stress your own weight won't provide. I can tell you've done some advanced body tempering. Diamond defense, right? She looked between John and Rukai, but she already knew the answer without even seeing their nods. You're obviously far from being a pure earth cultivator, but that would just make people more surprised when you topple them with raw power. I'll consider it, Rukai said. Good. Ursel gave her a pat on the head. A gentle one, because simply resting the weight of her gauntlet arm on Rukai could be serious. Also, if you need to try out any attacks, I'll be available. You can see what it's like to hit people. John hoped that training wasn't demoralizing, but Rukai had already trained with Renato. It wasn't that different. The only difference is that Ursel probably wouldn't have to use any spiritual energy to take the hits. Before they continued south into the Darklands, they stopped by the Tenebach clan. John would get an earful if only 2 of the triplets got to see Rukai. Melanthina introduced herself politely. Rukai, of course, was filled with trepidation to meet the Eclipse terror. Then again, she'd already encountered the Steel Apocalypse and survived. John had to admit that his girls would likely be quite horrifying to their enemies. But as allies, he couldn't ask for anything more. After that, John found himself sharing a private meal with his daughters. She's so adorable, Melanthina said. I've always wanted a little sister. How did you find her? She tried to kill him, Ursel explained. Huh, really? I hadn't heard that part. Just that he took pity on a poor orphan. He is right in front of you, you know, John pointed out. Melanthina shrugged. I wouldn't expect much else from you, father. Your first direct apprentices were pretty much the same. Except he definitely didn't kill their parents. Oof, Melanthina gave John a side-eye. Did you? John shrugged. I have no idea who her mother was, but she presumably died in a battle where I was present. Unfortunately, Rukai's mother hadn't been prominent enough for anyone local to remember any details. John certainly didn't remember the faces of everyone he fought. He'd probably killed many people without even seeing them. She probably understands enough now. Both about me and our people's responsibility. We weren't fighting for fun, though perhaps the triptych didn't have much better reason than that. Given that they hadn't even made the slightest diplomatic overtures before starting the war, it was clear they thought it was the best way to accomplish their goals. They wanted world domination more than a connected planet. They didn't seem to care what they ruled over, though. Otherwise, they wouldn't have first acted by wiping out an entire port. Melithina changed the topic slightly. Does she have any talent? Enough, John replied. With her determination, I can see her going far. It's far too soon to say anything about the exalted soul phase, though. And I would hope that she's already put aside any idea of killing me. His daughters prodded him for stories, so John gave them a general overview. He admitted that he was kind of disappointed she hadn't tried to poison him ever since that particular incident. John wasn't looking forward to facing any actual threats in that regard, but her primitive attempts had been kind of like fun pranks. Does she still try to stab you? Ursula asked. All the time, John said. Half the time she's waiting when I step outside my room in the morning. She's so attached, Melithina said. She's even trying to spy on us now. It was a valiant attempt, really. Even though Rukai had been saddled with some clan members close to her own age, she was choosing locations in the gardens where she could try to extend her spiritual energy towards the trio. Attempting to hide her efforts from a whole clan of darkness cultivators was a lost cause, though. If nothing else, there was no chance the actual targets wouldn't notice. She was just too far beneath them at the moment. Kind of reminds me of you too, John commented. You were constantly getting into trouble. It was her fault. Both of them pointed to the other. Then they shared a laugh. The trip through the Darklands was a good time for Rukai to practice darkness element body tempering. Since she didn't have a guardian beast to bless her, she would have to handle the process herself. She hadn't completed her training in that area because she found it unnecessary, but when an area was almost constantly dark outside of cities, it was annoying to travel without better sight. They didn't spend terribly long in the Darklands, as they were mainly just passing through. Just a few stops along the way to rest, or maybe exchange some pointers with the locals. Soon enough, they passed the east side of the Annihilation Strip. Rukai was fascinated. It's so powerful. Deadly. John nodded. That's what light and darkness can do together, including to the user, if they are careless. I know. Rukai seemed to think that was an admonishment. That's why I'm careful. She maintained only a small amount of light element. She didn't even have an allied totem, so it was already impressive even if it was less than a tenth as much as her main elements. She usually expended her light element before sleeping, though. As far as John could tell, she had arranged her own internal world in such a way that the light would slip away rather than reach towards her darkness if left uncontrolled, but it was better not to risk that process failing. Once you have the proper insights, John continued, it's actually not that bad, though totems are still required for stability. Rukai nodded. What if I took light as my fourth totem? You'd be unbalanced, John said. Like Viriato was, she asked. No. He had an unstable balance when I met him. Adding core elements helped. He was an example of the rare, overeager individual that happened to survive. Nick and Melithina did too. That's because they were stupid and determined. Though they also had each other to rely on, which is a significant factor. Astrid was a large part of the reason I was stable enough to practice light element. Rukai nodded slowly. So it's a bad idea then? A light totem. It's a risk, John said. If it works, you will save yourself trouble later. But at that rate, you should have focused on a core cycle instead of an allied cycle. Unless you have some special insights into the matter. John wasn't going to deny the influence that personal feelings had on cultivation. Ever since he'd first heard of the idea, John had been drawn towards a full cycle. Meanwhile, Rukai would only be doing it to copy him. His example could help smooth her path, but that was precisely the reason she shouldn't try skipping any steps. I just thought it sounded interesting, Rukai admitted. I think I could keep the balance. I'm sure you could, John said. But could you do it for a decade? 2. It will be a while yet before you reach the consolidated soul phase, and I wouldn't expect anyone to spend less time in that phase than a decade. More is quite normal. A decade is a bit much, Rukai admitted. Given that she hadn't even been training with John for that amount of time, it was certainly an intimidating duration. She was sufficiently familiar with all 6 elements to know how tiring it could be. John hoped to discourage her from reckless cultivation. Perhaps it had only been a whim, but if not, he had some years to convince her to choose a sensible path. Something closer to his own. Adding air or fire next would already be sufficiently difficult. Light wasn't impossible, but a totem wouldn't be sufficient to form an eternal balance. Not unless Rukai could attune to a higher tier 1. So far, she had been following John's practice of going up a single tier at a time, making sure to select totems that were suitable for improvement. That meant she had 3 third-tier totems at the moment. A 4th-tier light totem wouldn't be enough, and one that mixed light and darkness would have its own pitfalls. One good thing about Rukai coming along was that John could continue to monitor her. He never told her she couldn't practice risky methods, but instead asked her to do so in his presence, and after proper conversation. So far, she hadn't been crazy enough to ignore him. They continued further south, to the coast of the Wuthering Steppes. They would take their ship from there to beneath the Sky Islands, where they would pick up their last passenger of note, the island master of the second peak, Venera. While John didn't strictly need any of the individuals he was bringing along, having a proper display of the strongest would certainly help with negotiations. It wouldn't be long before Venera surpassed Satora's peak strength, and Abrid as well. Reaching the Exalted Soul phase didn't seem to be an inevitability for her, but it was certainly on the table. John would gladly aid her growth however he could, as he would do for any of his friends and allies. Chapter 558. I can't wait until I can fly, Rukai commented. Then I don't have to let you carry me. John raised an eyebrow. Is that right? You know, you are pretty heavy. For just a moment, enough for Rukai to feel the pull of gravity, John released his spiritual energy's grip. Her eyes widened, but when he caught her a moment later, she grew indignant. Hey, that's not funny, she huffed. And Ursula's right there. Ursula grinned at her, though they could only feel it through her helm. Did you call me fat? Rukai threw up her arms. Ugh, why do you only care about your weight when it's convenient to weaponize it? Just the other day you were proud of crushing a rhino by stomping on its back. Ursula held her head up. A proper woman must be delicate. John wondered if anything about his daughter had been delicate since she was a young child. Not many things, he thought. Maybe her heart, when Mateo died, but she grew beyond that. You're right, Rukai admitted. My apologies. She turned back to glare at John. Anyway, this delicate woman would die if you dropped me from here. He shrugged. If you've properly been practicing your water element techniques, you won't get flattened when you hit the water. Of course I wait what? Flattened. Water is nearly incompressible, John commented as he continued flying up towards the Sky Islands. So it's like hitting rock. Rukai said, flailing her arms angrily. That's cheating. You probably wouldn't, unless you landed wrong, he commented. Protect your head, and you'd be fine. Normal humans can survive amazingly long falls. Usually onto something relatively soft, though. Snow, tree branches, loose enough soil. Still, a proper cultivator should be able to lower their terminal velocity. I could have done it at your rank, John commented. He wasn't actually 100% certain about that, but soul expansion phase cultivators were far from weak. That doesn't count. You had an air totem. John shrugged. A giant shell of water would slow you down quite a lot. Anyway, if you want to fly, you can probably do it now. Wouldn't I need a totem? Rukai asked. Gather as much air element as you can, John said. We can see. Rukai didn't argue, as she knew John was serious about testing her limits. Besides, she wanted to know as well. Spreading out her spiritual energy, she followed John's lead to neutralize her weight. Huh, she said. This is surprisingly easy. I'm still holding some of the weight, John reminded her. Stay focused. The whole time they had been flying upward. When he let her go, Rukai felt herself drop, but she was able to recontextualize it in a moment. It was scary, but she was actually just not keeping her upward momentum. She wasn't falling. Moving upward was much harder than simply keeping her position. Doing it quickly? Hey, wait up. I can't go that fast. John let her push herself, but he picked her up just before she reached her limits. See? I told you you could do it. Rukai made a face. I guess, but it was basically just not falling. That's why you have to practice. And it will naturally get easier as your overall strength increases. Her progress was interesting for John, because her training had been unusual. Since she went into it with the intention to become a 6-element cultivator, he frequently had her practice without focusing on totems. She was actually quite capable without a proper elemental totem. She would never match someone with the right totems, of course, but she had flexibility. Familiarity with the elements should help her attune to her later totems, which was important. John honestly wished he'd focused more on fire and light earlier, even if they wouldn't have been practical for battle. The six elements crossroads could advance their training methods with his new knowledge, though John would have to verify with a wider variety of individuals. After all, Rukai might just have sufficient talent. It wasn't something that could be easily measured, merely observed. Determination was likely a large factor. Proper instruction was critical as well. That didn't just mean powerful cultivators. The teaching style had to match the student. Fortunately for Rukai, she managed fairly well with John's natural teaching style, though he'd learned to be flexible in some ways to match certain points of stubbornness. She performed better when they were having fun, even if her original motivation had been revenge. Not thinking about past traumas was probably the best state she could be in, but mentioning that could pull her back in. Flying in the Sky Islands was actually easier than reaching them. There were bridges of spiritual energy between the islands which were not only elementally dense, but eased the strain of flight. John intentionally brought them some distance from the peaks, so that Rukai could make progress on her own. Ursel, meanwhile, found her own challenges. John was glad his most boisterous daughter still took joy in life, though he did think her particular choices could be a bit odd. Trying to jump between islands, which could be several kilometers apart, was a bit much. Even so, she took it very seriously, to the point that she placed her armor in a storage bag so it wouldn't weigh her down. She also got a running start. The ground beneath her feet was pushed downward, away from her. The counterforce propelled her forward at great speed, allowing her to build up faster than running with friction would allow for. Then at the very edge, she pushed a giant spike of earth up at an angle. John felt the island tremble, though just a bit. The peaks were smaller than the lower islands, so they had a lot of mass. But John knew he could move one, and Ursel probably could at least move a big chunk. John watched his daughter sail through the air while he fixed the terrain she had run over. He was going to make her flatten the other end, if she didn't do it herself. It was one thing to do something similar in an expansive territory, just a strange occurrence for people to see. This was like smashing up bits of the main road. Wow, Rukai said. She's fast. Yep, John agreed. Rukai had rested enough to fly between the islands, though John was ready in case she faltered. He had to carry some of the others anyway, since he didn't travel with only air cultivators. Though some had sufficient pride, they still figured out how to make their own way, like Ursel. Flying up to the sixth peak was more difficult than traveling between islands, partially because of the rise in elevation. The connections were also weaker to some extent, functionally keeping the island in a similar relative position more than aiding movement. Rukai was still able to do it, but John was fairly certain she would find her limits at the fourth peak. Maybe the third, if she gained some insights during their stay. They could absolutely go directly to the second peak. John was respected enough that he could make Venera come to him if he wanted. But that was unnecessary, especially since this was a good training opportunity for his apprentice. You're going to challenge the sixth peak, John commented. They have a unique fighting style here. Understood, she nodded. I will do my best to learn. Sky Island's arenas were all quite similar. Individual platforms floating around within a larger barrier. Touching the ground or being knocked out of the area was an additional loss condition, aside from simply overwhelming one's opponent. Rukai's opponent was a woman approximately a decade her senior. Their cultivations were decently well matched, though Rukai was still of a lower rank. She went into the match confident, knowing that she could defeat opponents with more spiritual energy than her. It was an earned confidence. Her opponent also used a sword, but didn't seem to possess any ranged attacks. At first, Rukai thought she could take advantage of that, but as she stood on one platform and her opponent on another, she realized her mistake. An important part of her style, John's style, was being able to conceal throwing dagger attacks or be able to threaten in another manner. For example, by closing the distance while daggers were flying. Rukai tried to attack from multiple angles, but her opponent created a thin but strong current of air around her platform. That meant much of Rukai's power was absorbed before it even reached the woman, and she deflected the attacks with her blade or simply stepped out of the way. When Rukai tried to close the distance, she always found her opponent standing at the edge of one of the floating platforms. When she tried speed, her opponent moved as light as the wind. When she went in for heavier attacks, the woman stood firm with the strength of earth. Either way, Rukai was forced to retreat or knocked backwards. She was able to maneuver herself towards other platforms, but she wasn't making any progress. Concealing herself with darkness in an open area wouldn't do much unless she could completely overwhelm her opponent. Water was weak against air, so there went another totem. But she could use other elements. She infused her next, throwing daggers with fire, while using air to propel her forward. Then, before blades clashed, she created a flash of light to blind her foe. Rukai's sword locked with her opponent. She pressed further inward, trying to force her back a step. One foot lifted and kicked her in the stomach. The woman's legs turned into a straight spear, pushing against the platform. Several platforms whizzed past Rukai's head as she tried to get her bearings. And then, she was outside the arena, falling. But John was waiting there, and he would catch her. Or not. She realized he hadn't mobilized any spiritual energy at the very last moment, so she only barely softened her impact into the floor. When would anyone even fight in a place like this, practically? Rukai complained from the ground. This is stupid. I can still fight. Why does this count as a loss? John did help her get to her feet. The arenas are just miniature representations of the Sky Islands as a whole. If you get knocked off, you fall. All the way. Oh, right. She didn't even have to walk close to the edge to know how far down it was. She'd seen it plenty on the way up. John hadn't actually expected Rukai to lose, especially on the newly established sixth peak. He knew it was a possibility, but he'd still favored her in his head. But based on the actual matchup, it seemed the result was nearly inevitable, as long as she didn't improve her tactics over the course of the battle. He took it as an opportunity to make her appreciate different sorts of terrain and the advantages and disadvantages. She understood solid ground and water combat extremely well. Airborne combat was newer, and limited ground wasn't something that would only appear in the Sky Islands. The molten sea could be quite similar, and Rukai wouldn't do well swimming in acid lakes either. Though perhaps she would be able to counter acid well enough to do it anyway. He did like that she did her best to use every element, though she had some work to do on the timing. Once her trajectory was set, it hardly mattered if her opponent was blinded. She either needed to fake her movement from the start or suddenly change it at the end. Of course, John didn't burden her with all of her failures at once. It was better for her to work on one or two things at a time. Either way, she was allowed to progress to the fourth peak on her own merits. Victory wasn't an absolute requirement, after all. She had still made a fairly decent showing against an opponent of higher rank. At some point, she wouldn't be able to meet the standards, but that was to be expected. After all, Viriato hadn't reached the first peak during his initial attempt, and he had been in a higher phase. John was glad he had access to so many varieties of challenges for his disciple. Challenging victories and diverse options for setbacks would help her grow from practical experience. She could spar with him every day for decades, but that would only bring her so far. Even if John's style was flexible, he did have his limits. Besides, there was only so much fairness to be had in a spar when two people were 3 phases distant. He couldn't realistically create scenarios where she won even with significant restrictions. She needed to win sometimes, just not too much. Of all the things that might hold back his disciple, a big head was one of the most likely. Chapter 559. Even if she had lost her battle, Rukai still qualified to advance to the 5th peak on her own merits. Her challenge opponent there used a defensive style that she fared better against, and ultimately wasn't able to find openings for decisive counterattacks. She won the battle of attrition by judiciously using her spiritual energy, drawing upon trace elements to keep herself active. She seemed somewhat disappointed by the lack of decisive victory, but she was still pleased to have moved on. The 4th peak challenge had higher standards, and there was only a certain amount of leeway for Rukai's age and training time. In short, she was unable to keep up with the intense pace of the man she battled. His staff techniques excelled in mobility, propelling him between islands with ease. Daggers couldn't pierce his defense, and Rukai's skill with the sword couldn't match him. That was where her official journey ended, though of course she could come along as part of John's retinue. The island masters would still allow her to spar with their disciples out of respect for John, but it wouldn't be an official match. John took note of the circumstances of Rukai's loss, because while he wasn't personally a master of every weapon, he could at least provide a decent challenge based on his experiences against many different styles. Rukai had experience against different weapons from those who traveled with them, but it hadn't been even close to a complete selection of different styles. On their current journey, she would be exposed to new people, but none of them were obligated to teach her. Of course, if John asked them to give of their time, they would, but people wouldn't automatically become a devoted teacher. In other circumstances, John would have asked Venera how being the island master of the second peak was doing for her. However, he didn't personally find that it had been long enough to get over the circumstances. It had been a number of years since the passing of Sitora, but cultivators' memories were as long as their lives. Feelings lingered strongly, though John couldn't say that was any different from normal humans. Sometimes there were merely circumstances that forced people to push through traumas without fully resolving them, despite what people claimed. Instead of that, John brought his own encouragement. The Sky Islands continue to prosper under your leadership. Even some of the Sixth Peak disciples show great promise. Venera nodded. Providing opportunities for further disciples has unearthed some unexpected talents. Too much focus was placed upon the peaks, and not enough upon the majority of the Sky Islands. Though that seems quite typical of older traditions. John nodded. Each sect and clan barely thought beyond themselves and, occasionally, their region. Now I would invite you along to help bind together some of the final portions of the world. Of course, Venera said. There hadn't really been any chance of her rejecting him, of course. It wasn't a spontaneous plan. I hope my differing perspective benefits the diplomatic fleet. John gradually lowered himself down towards where the ship was waiting. Rukai had insisted on managing herself. After all, how could it be difficult? She didn't even have to maintain neutral buoyancy in the sky, but descending over 10 kilometers was deceptively difficult. There were two general schools of thought about how it should be best accomplished. The first was simply spending 6 or so minutes in free fall at terminal velocity. At that point, one only had to provide 2 Gs of force for a handful of seconds or two near the end. That method came with its own risks regarding the judgment of distance and time. Also, spiritual energy didn't provide clean Gs of force. You had to offset the kinetic energy, which was not a smooth line. The initial slowdown required a strong effort. The alternative was to keep a more modest falling speed for the whole duration of the fall. The entire descent could take 10 or 20 minutes compared to a handful, depending on how quickly one was comfortable descending. Actually, there was one more potential option. If you simply minimized friction, the entire descent could happen in less than a minute only by relying on gravity's acceleration, with a quick deceleration at the end. A cultivator could easily handle the required G-forces, but John wasn't in such a rush that he would bother with anything like that. Especially while carrying people, he did go for the standard fast descent, if only to see how Rukai would react. He did encase those relying on him in a thin layer of his spiritual energy to keep them together, but for the most part, they just fell. Even if he did nothing, John expected all of his companions to be able to handle themselves. He actually considered dropping Ursula. She could probably hit the water at terminal velocity and be fine, and that was considering its lack of compressibility. She could also slow herself, but today wasn't the day to prank his daughter. Instead, he slowed her descent with the rest of the group he was responsible for, while at the same time keeping focused on the others in case something went wrong. It would be shameful for someone to be injured with him available. Assuming no accidents would ever happen was a bit too optimistic. Venera could of course control her own flight without issues. Ahan and Lyre descended together at a more moderate pace, making use of their core cycle of elements. Rukai clearly felt pressure to speed up to catch John and most of the rest, but she had the proper understanding to stick to her plan. Specifically, that was to stick to a more modest speed for most of the descent. It required a longer period of concentration, but nothing a soul expansion phase cultivator was incapable of. There were only occasional gusts of wind to disrupt Rukai. The shifts in air pressure threatened to drop her more quickly or to bring her off course. She did still have to end up on the ship, after all, or near it. That seemed to be Rukai's plan, as she didn't seem at all upset when she splashed down in the water 20 meters away from the ship. She manipulated the water to cushion her fall, then casually had it carry her towards the ship, cresting into a wave that she stepped off of. It only took her a few moments to dry herself. Excellent descent, John said. He didn't have any major criticisms, especially none that needed to be stated publicly. I do think we should have you practice more rapid descents in the future. It doesn't need to be for such a long distance, though. Any height, she could hit terminal velocity, while still having room to decelerate would be sufficient. Higher was better at the start to allow more leeway. A kilometer or so should be good. Rukai nodded. Will that be the core of my air element practice? For the near future, John confirmed. As long as it appears beneficial. If she actually became skilled enough to fly without an air totem, that would be excellent. That would be true even if she advanced to the consolidated soul phase. Outside of the Sky Islands, most air cultivators didn't. Really, fly before that point, and of course other cultivators would be further behind, or have their own imitations of flight. In most cases, it didn't matter if someone flew 100 meters into the air or simply launched themselves upward, not unless they needed to linger at a certain height for the long term. There was a delicate balance to be struck regarding the diplomatic mission and sparring with groups they encountered. Peaceful sparring could strengthen bonds of friendship, but it could also be seen as an intimidation tactic. That was why for the most part John didn't bring up the topic. If the other side suggested it, he didn't really care what their intentions were. He trusted his allies to be victorious, which would provide the other side much to reflect on no matter the circumstances. Proper insights, if they were actually trying to learn. Their own weakness, if they'd meant to intimidate. Rukai very much wanted to spar with people close to her own age or strength, but she did seem to understand that her position as John's direct disciple carried its own weight. In short, her actions would reflect on him, good or bad. John was glad she didn't try to abuse that. Then again, if Rukai had been that sort of troublesome individual, he wasn't sure he would have put up with her. He admired her determination, but if she had been a threat to the mission, which was world peace, he wouldn't have risked it. So far, there had only been that one incident, and Rukai's apologetic stance had extended far beyond words. She was far more cautious about people that approached her, or those that tried to influence her to approach them. That extended to gifts she was told to pass along. There were various regional differences for whether such things were appropriate. Usually they were meant as bribes, or more generously as peace offerings beyond the actual contracted obligations. She was always very clear about where things came from, and especially food. It had the highest chance to be a danger, as enchanted objects generally couldn't be much of a threat without an obviously high amount of spiritual energy. These small cakes came from Rukai furrowed her brow. A minor disciple of the Breezy Shore sect. John reached out for one, but she caught his wrist. I think they're poisoned, though, so don't eat them. Pretty sure they are, John agreed. Some poisons were insidious and hidden. Personally, John thought the greatest dangers were those that carried no spiritual energy. Regular poisons. A cultivator had to be trained to detect them. Of course, such poisons were also easily purged from the bloodstream, once a cultivator was conscious of them. What do you think we should do about it? Rukai hesitated. We don't want conflict, right? But we also can't just let this slide. She crossed her arms. They came from a minor disciple, so we could just demand her death. I doubt she acted alone, though. Indeed, John said, and perhaps not even willingly. What signal do you think it would send, if only this disciple died? Well, Rukai considered for a few moments. They might be emboldened to try other things. Though we personally will not be staying, it would be difficult to trust any of their further actions were honest. That's about right, John said. Do you think she should die? Rukai frowned. Do you need to kill her? Perhaps she would serve better as a witness. Perhaps, but I would prefer a firm answer, and in short order. Don't kill her. I wasn't going to, John said. His left arm flicked. But I do need to save her. A throwing dagger pierced outward, carrying mainly earth elemental spiritual energy to pierce through the local air-focused formations. John grabbed Rukai with his spiritual energy and the small cakes. The entire sect was alerted when John sprang into action. Unfortunately for Shannon, John thought her trade negotiations had been going well. It didn't seem that they would have a peaceful resolution. Ursel would protect her, and everyone else was capable of taking care of their own protection. A few moments later, John and Rukai landed in front of the disciple in question, as well as an elder of the Breezy Shore sect. John was aware of his name, but didn't have enough respect for him to bring it to recollection. Currently, he was clutching his forearm, only barely having drawn his arm back enough in time to save it. You there? Disciple, what is your name? The woman didn't seem to know how to react. Sudden surges of spiritual energy all around her caused her to shake. She had been a moment from being crushed by her own elder for reasons she didn't understand. Radhika, mighty emperor. John didn't have time to correct her on the emperor thing. Have a cake. Trying to explain things to people took time, and John found that simply acting with authority made people act in ways that revealed much. Radhika stretched out her hand to take what John offered. She looked at it, and no doubt recognized it. It was made with expensive ingredients, not meant for someone of her position to consume. But she also couldn't refuse. Notably, she didn't look to her elder for his reaction. After all, she should have recognized the killing intent. Perhaps she thought John was saving her for some mysterious purpose, and she wouldn't quite be wrong. She bit into the palm-sized cake without further hesitation. I wouldn't swallow that if I were you, John commented. Because that one is poison. Her eyes widened. That was confirmation enough that she hadn't known. Radhika seemed frozen. I don't care if you spit it out. John turned to the elder, then held out his hand. Cake. The sudden series of actions had the man off guard. Most likely, he was trying to figure out how to shift the blame only to Radhika, or he was waiting for the other elders and the sect head to arrive. They were rapidly approaching, and some were already lingering outside the hole in the roof John had made. Compared to John's status, this elder wasn't particularly more important than Radhika. Thus, he couldn't easily refuse what John offered. He carefully took it, using only his spiritual energy to stem the flow of blood on his opposite arm. Did you mention these were poisoned? Just the one I gave her, John waved. It was a trust exercise, of course. Except John didn't expect the elder to trust him, and for good reason. Because this man already knew they were poisoned. John saw enough to be certain. John had already marked him off as dead. The sect head was an old man who didn't have the dignity to match his age. A fellow named Casper, barely more worthy of remembering his name. Great senior, he called out. May I ask what the matter is? Given that John wasn't currently slaughtering them all, perhaps he thought mercy was an option. But it wasn't. At least, John wouldn't be handing it out on his own accord. If they had the good sense to apologize, he might show lenience to individuals. I wish to speak to your elders. John had blocked the conversation with the first elder from the ears of others. He had already made his judgment, but he hadn't forced the elder to consume the poisoned cake. Yet the man was only alive in the technical sense. But first, I have something for you. The circumstances didn't allow John to perfectly hide his intentions, but as his own people began to gather, there wasn't much way for the sect head to refuse. Of course, we will talk about whatever angered you. Is it this disciple? People were so eager to get rid of Radhika. They should have at least waited until he was gone. Or dead. Personally, John thought they were some of the worst at intrigue he had seen. Most likely they were used to shouting people down, but John's aura was suppressing most of the sect. The spiritual energy of his people joined with his, becoming even more terrifying than an exalted soul cultivator already would be. The sect head was no good. Indeed, most of the elders were in on it. John focused his efforts to hide individual interactions from the others. He was watching for anyone trying to signal, either with spiritual energy or gestures. But since people were currently alive, perhaps they thought they'd answered rightly. The number of cakes John had slowly diminished, as several elders didn't hesitate to eat. One scanned the food, then hesitated, which was barely a pass. It was sufficient for John to accept that the man didn't know beforehand. The process was much quicker, and some of the elders would suffer partial effects of the poison. It was slow acting, though. Perhaps the hope had been for John to consume several of the cakes and build up enough, then suffer the ill effects all at once. He ate one of the few remaining cakes. It was actually pretty tasty. You four. John gestured to some of the elders. Come over here. They nodded, approaching with their heads bowed. Trepidation. John signaled his final intentions by decapitating the sect head. The rest of the elders die. With barely 2 ascending soul phase cultivators in the sect, John could have taken them all alone, but it was more expedient for his allies to join in. Venera created a heavy force, limiting people's movements as they tried to fly away. Not that they would have been fast enough to escape. In less than a minute, they were slaughtered, and the remaining elders were being advised on how to purge the poison from their blood. Though most of it was still being digested, which was easy enough to handle. I trust you will have no trouble paying the required remunerations without so many unnecessary elders consuming your resources, John commented. Please inform your neighbors about the consequences of foolishness. Radhika stood over in the corner, trying to hide. Rukai gave her an encouraging gesture. John wasn't going to kill her, and none of the living elders should have a grudge against her in particular. Besides, those who remained should be able to take a hint. It was too bad they would have to mark off another sect, though. Could the Breezy Shore sect become relevant again? Absolutely. It might be more difficult with most of their top cultivators gone. Or perhaps it would be easy without old geezers hogging resources. Chapter 560. Time was made between John and his disciple every day. Most of Rukai's training didn't require his presence, but if she wanted to attempt something more risky, like a use of light and darkness, or simply had questions that needed to be answered, time was available for that. Sometimes they didn't need more than a few moments. Other times a session would run long, but they had the luxury of time. The ship would continue on regardless, and there was only so much time John could spend discussing theoretical upcoming interactions. Near the end of one session, Rukai furrowed her brow. There's something I'm not understanding. If it's related to flight, John commented. Once you have an air totem, you will find it quite accessible. Perhaps even a single allied totem will suffice. All your training without a totem will not be wasted. Well, Rukai repositioned herself from a cushion on the floor to sit in a hammock. Proper flight does seem to be a valuable advantage. But my question was about people. Why does anyone risk making a move against you? Sitting on the floor alone was somewhat awkward, so John took a position leaning against the wall. Not that he actually needed the support, no matter how the ship rocked. Because they think they will lose more if they don't. Why were you trying to kill me, knowing you would probably die? Rukai swung her legs beneath her, enhancing her motion. Well, some of it was because I was foolish. I didn't really understand the gaps between different levels of cultivation. Beyond that, I supposed I didn't feel like I had anything to lose. Yet these sects and clans have a comfortable existence, and they should have a better understanding of the gap in power. Why? John prompted. Because they have lived far longer? Simply being older doesn't make one more mature, wiser, intelligent, informed, or anything. People must choose to grow. Beyond that, willful ignorance is a trait many humans have when faced with something they simply can't deal with. Ultimately, I would imagine that they feel like they have no way to survive, or that diminishing their power in any way would make them less than nothing. They can't accept loss. It is a serious flaw to maintain, Rukai said. I can't imagine how people like that reach such heights in cultivation. The same way as anyone else, John replied. One step at a time. I've also handled loss poorly. We don't see all those who died in the war and what they meant to people. I suppose. But you didn't even choose to start the war. You know that doesn't make any difference to how people feel. John had no doubt that Rukai's heart still ached for her mother. Given that she had never said anything about her father or other family, it seemed likely that Rukai's mother had been her only true connection. She wouldn't just forget that. John simply hoped that he was helping her work through the loss in somewhat helpful ways. Obviously, an obsession with revenge wasn't good, but since it was the only thing keeping her going at first, that was what John had to use. Now, she had come to rely on John instead. He did his best to make sure he wasn't the sole fixture of her world, though. Those he surrounded himself with could provide her different perspectives on life. It would be a mistake for John to think that Rukai was stable now and forevermore. She was currently in balance, but the wrong event could throw her off once more. His own death was an unrealistic circumstance. More likely was a slow drift away from any sense of purpose. John would have liked for her to find some sort of meaning in music or art. Cooking wasn't unreasonable, actually. More likely, however, she would stick with cultivation, but she still needed a purpose. After all, John was well aware what the world looked like when people became the strongest simply for power. That was what led to this whole mess. Growing her strength to be able to enforce some sort of peace was a starting point they could aim towards. But of course that would require the current efforts to actually bear fruit. But far too often it had turned to violence. In those places it didn't weren't necessarily happier with the situation. They might just be more timid. The Velima clan had certainly chosen a unique location to dwell. The remoteness had no doubt protected them at some point in the past simply due to obscurity. As they grew in size, it became impossible to conceal their actual location. Even so, they were still able to control their territory with bewildering formations. That was necessary because otherwise people could just walk straight into their core territory. Or swim, actually. We anchor the ship here, John ordered. The others were already aware Of course, it was more performative for those who were waiting. John was already trying to puzzle his way through the formations. They were quite different from the Silver Haze sect, though they fulfilled a similar purpose. They had the advantage that they could misdirect people in 3 dimensions, and that there were hardly any landmarks to orient oneself around. Their arrival was expected, and it wasn't long before those waiting revealed themselves, swimming up out of the deeper waters beyond an underwater cliff. At their head was a woman that somewhat matched the description of the clan head, though her cultivation was less than John had heard. The circumstances made the answer obvious, and her introduction solidified that. "Greetings, John Miller and those of the Continental Alliance," the woman said. "I am Kailani, sister of the clan head. She is waiting to meet you ahead." "Excellent," John smiled. Inside, he hoped it wasn't another ambush. He wasn't thinking that because the clan practiced the darkness allied cycle. Even those who didn't have relevant elements had tried to kill John, thinking that maybe they could just catch him off guard. As if he couldn't read their flow of their weaker members' spiritual energy as well as the people themselves. "Thank you for coming to guide us, Kailani." They soon descended into the water. It seemed to be assumed that John and his people could handle their own air, which they could. It would be pretty shameful for cultivators to reach the consolidated soul phase and not be able to breathe underwater, at least for a while. It didn't necessarily require being a water or air cultivator, either. Rukai began with water, and her current totems would make her quite comfortable among this clan. John really hoped that things went well, for her sake. She could likely learn a lot from this place. As he followed, John felt like he was going in circles, even though he objectively knew he wasn't. The one thing he was certain about was the people in front of him and following along beside him. He kept his focus on Kailani as they continued onward. It was half an hour before he could feel beyond the formation. For all the twists and turns his mind had felt, they seemed to have just gone in a straight line. And why wouldn't they? There was nothing in the way to block them. Well, not until they entered the clan's actual territory. Once they slipped through the final layer, the dark water opened up in front of them to reveal a floating city. Buildings were carved out of massive stones, stones that rested on nothing but instead floated within the deep with seemingly no support. Certainly, there were no physical supports, but the local spiritual energy interacted with the materials in a way to provide buoyancy to the material. John took his eyes off the architecture to acknowledge the clan head in front of him. She waited with a loose formation of others floating around her, making it clear she was the central figure. "Welcome to the Vilima clan." The woman bowed her head. Her long hair trailed behind her in the water. "I am the clan head, Arena Vilima. You can already see most of the clan, but let me introduce you to the various structures." If he was going to be ambushed, John would have done it right then, if not within the bewildering formation. It was a shame he couldn't fully relax, but it wasn't paranoia when a significant percentage of his encounters turned into battles. It was simply practical to remain on guard. Floating buildings had many opportunities for unique architecture. While they retained strict orientation perpendicular to gravity, they weren't limited to the same shapes. The tops of buildings didn't have to be narrow, as the material itself seemed to hold little weight. Likewise, they didn't limit themselves to entrances on the fronts or sides. Indeed, entering through the top and bottom were extremely common. Because the outside of the building didn't need to be structural, they were able to create artistic patterns that stretched much further than surface-level buildings could, at least without heavy enchantments. Thin tendrils that resembled kelp stretched off of many buildings, alongside actual kelp and other underwater plants that anchored themselves to the structures. John wondered how hard one had to bump into one of the stone protrusions to snap it off. It must happen sometimes, but with earth element cultivators around, it was something that could be fixed. Fusing bits of stone back together was actually feasible and didn't have to be covered up to avoid ugly patching. Inside, the buildings mostly had air. They didn't have doors, though. Side and top entrances filtered out the water with formations. John thought that natural fluid dynamics would have allowed lower entrances to actually remain open, but they had the same. John knew that undersea caves could have air, but upon actually entering one, he realized another good reason, even if it wasn't strictly necessary. Specifically, by preventing the entrance of water, it dried off any visitors. Even if clan members could do it themselves, those who were young and weak might not be capable. Besides, just because they could didn't mean people wanted to. It was much more convenient this way. It did make John's eyes feel dry, though. It hadn't even come close to touching any water inside him, and his body would have put up automatic resistance if that were the case. It did seem like something that could be weaponized, though. John wasn't going to bring that up to anyone. Centrally located are the common facilities, the clan library, the kitchens and dining halls, and the like. John thought that their vaults would likely be in the central area as well, probably within one of the more fortified locations. Then again, perhaps having their wealth off-site might appeal to them. John didn't intend to look, regardless. Then there is the arena. Arana gestured. The arena was effectively just a large cube, or rather the corners of it, that defined the formation that would protect people during a spar. Other than that, it was mainly open water, though there were also a number of natural chunks of stone strewn throughout the area. John didn't actually know whether the clan had developed the rocky material or found it, but he was certain that at least the bits in the arena were artificial. John quite liked the way the clan hadn't let themselves be constrained to surface-dwelling aesthetic norms, especially since such constraints were more of a matter of physical possibility in most cases. He made certain to compliment his favorite pieces, as that would help butter up Arani for later negotiations. Nobody liked to hear that they had to pay tribute, even if it was a modest one, especially not if it wasn't their choice in the first place. Even so, if the various groups unhappy with the Triptych's actions had joined together against them, they wouldn't have stood a chance. But nobody wanted to risk being the first ones to voice dissent, lest they be crushed. Now everyone was suffering the consequences, including the continents, which could have been happily developing themselves. John knew he would only be dealing with different problems if paths had diverged, but he had to imagine those same problems still existed and weren't being dealt with. Small things that would grow into rifts within the somewhat cohesive continent he called home. Hopefully he'd spend enough time back there to delay any consequences until he had the capability to deal with them. Too bad he couldn't just manage a burger shack.